Good afternoon, my friends. The Friend here, and today I am joined by a very special guest for yet another video of my Talents Overexplained series. This time we're going over LtMorales with Hooley. Say hi, Hooley.
Hello.
Mr. Hooley here is the third best Morales on this North American server in Quick Match, according to Hero's profile. I've played with him and his
What?
group quite a bit. That's right. I take the spot for number one, so I'm going to brag there. But my
That's
other
okay.
our other coworker, Protestalus, he's number two. However, we've done a video with him over Stukov, so I decided, hey, I got number three here. I'm gonna get a hold of Hooley, and I do enjoy how you play, especially with Medivac. I feel like you're the only other player on the server that does Medivac gaming, so that's why you got the spot. Haha, very biased.
Woo!
And yeah, Hooley, tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been playing Morales?
I think since 2022, I haven't really looked back at the year. I know I've been playing her since 3 or 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it was just one of those characters that I'm like, she's actually surprisingly fun, despite how
Mm-hmm.
simplistic she is. Plus, I get this cool ult where I can just fly around the map. Like, what's
Mm-hmm.
not to like about that? And it's funny that you mentioned. Well, not funny, but it's just I'm surprised you said number three because I've always checked my leaderboard for a long time. At most, I've gone to like number seven in
Really?
A,
Damn. I think I have a picture
between
of that.
7 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I've always wanted to strive to be number one. I know you're up there. I know Pro's up there. And no matter what I do, maybe it's because I'm playing Medivac over Stim, but I just can't get up there.
Oh, no.
And,
I got to number one with Medivac, and I'm pretty sure it's still there.
oh
I haven't
shit.
played Morales at all this season, so I'm invisible. But if you go back to seasons, you might see my page pop up there. But I take a lot of pride in my Lieutenant Morales work. It is my most comfortable healer,
Yeah.
and no doubt it's
Hmm.
Hooley's as well. And I feel like it's the way we think about the way Morales works very differently compared to other healers. I feel like she's more like a stereo player in a way. If you've ever played a music instrument, you're trying to tune into how the bell goes, how focus fire is going down, and you're constantly shifting focus on who needs healing most at any given moment.
I agree. Yeah, she's just very is a concentrated, sustained healer. Unlike Lucio or Malfurion, you just it's not heal over time. It's instant and it's
Mm-hmm.
fast. But you have to pick priorities. But
Mm-hmm.
even though it's prioritized, it's strong, small bursts of heal versus small ticks of heal over time, like Lucio's.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those healing playstyle that I just feel comfortable about. It's like playing like Mercy in Overwatch, except
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to run around to fly, zip around. You're in the
Mm-hmm.
thick of it still because you're relying on your own armor, your own self heal,
Mm-hmm.
um, and you can survive a lot longer than you think, especially when the depending on how you build and play the enemy teams, but they just like why the f I can't I can we allowed to swear? And like
Yeah.
why can't I kill this Morales?
Big time. I think Morales is kind of like in the strange boat where she's simultaneously boring but also very exciting at the same time. And
Yes.
I think it really comes down to like how skilled the players are in the match. And it kind of makes you want to like work overtime to do your absolute best because everybody is trying to get around the Morales, and you're trying to get ahead of them by swapping your healing priority before they swap their target priority. It's a really satisfying game where you're just juggling whoever's taking hits, which is really fun, and I find that fun, and so does Hooley.
Yeah, I mean other than Medivac being a fun experience,
Oh yeah.
if that wasn't the case, still her methodology of healing is just simple and satisfying to perform because
Mm-hmm.
it's you see their your teammates' health number keep going up and down just because it's concentrated on them while
Mm-hmm.
they're already taking the blow of the enemy team. So is the only way you can deal around that is to focus the Morales, which my friends
Mm-hmm.
often quote. We say this often, say "Mocus Morales,
Mocus
Mocus
Morales,
Morales,"
yeah.
because you're not going to get any work done. Just like White Mane, but White Mane is a whole different animal entirely.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go down.
Hmm. It's gonna be a video for another day with another very special person. Hopefully, I can get a hold of her, but we shall see. But in the meantime, I think now is a good time that we segue into the abilities. But before that, what does LtMorales do well? She is a focused single target healer, and she's very good at it. However, she's more of a sustain type rather than a burst type. Granted, she has armor that can alleviate a lot of the pain, but a lot of times there is a high chance that a target could die too quickly before the healing goes through. If you stabilize the patient and you successfully start healing and you get through the initial burst, you're not going to execute them. LtMorales just makes it way too difficult. And there's also additional tools that she has that makes the process of defending her teammates very easy. Granted, she needs to watch out a little bit when it comes to her energy attention. She has more of that compared to other healers, but it does give her advantages in other areas. Any thoughts about that?
um, as I know, I agree with you. I concur completely because that is her play style. With it's a lot of juggling on who you prioritize
Mm-hmm.
and on especially watching your own energy bar because you're not trying to deplete all of it because
Mm-hmm.
you always want to hold back at certain times just because you don't know how long the fight's going to be and how long you reserve and whether if you do catch a break, then that's when you can heal everyone to complete the full if you have the energy to spend for it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say regarding this part.
Fair enough. Quick pause. So yeah, that is basically what Morales does and her specialty compared to other types of healers. She doesn't have CC, but she does have a lot of survivability, both herself and for her teammates. So she really works well in a composition where she wants to be on the move, though she does work well with other heroes that have CC. Grenade becomes a viable reel-in acquirement if you have something like an Arthas Roots that goes up front, but aside from that, it's a very weak thing. I don't really consider it to be her strong suit to follow up on CC compared to like Whitemane or Tyrande. These heroes are much better in that
Mm-hmm.
regard. But without further ado, I think now is a good time to talk about what she actually does with her abilities. And we're going to begin with her most important one, which is Healing Beam, her Q. It's a rather interesting ability in that you press Q, you start channeling onto an allied hero. It's a mobile channel. You're not interrupted by knockbacks, but you are interrupted by anything that silences, that stuns you, anything that disables your abilities. It's going to disable the beam. And as the beam is on the target, could be a minion, could be a hero, you're going to heal 172 health per second. And this is done in half-second increments, so it's actually like 80 health per second, 80 health
Right.
per half second. So it's not just bump up, bump up, bump up. It goes faster than that. Now it
Right.
costs 6 energy per second for it to channel, and Morales has 100 health, 100 energy, which means she can channel it for 17 seconds before it's over. In the meantime, though, you're going to be healing up maybe about 3,000 health worth. So it's really good at the start of the game where there's not enough kill pressure, and she maintains this superiority in healing up until the very late game where she tends to fall off a little bit because of the healing beam. But yeah, it's a very strong healing effect. The only downside is it's sustained. There is no way for Morales to do a quick burst of healing. And two, she only heals one target at a time, so she sometimes struggles against AoE heroes. Hooley, thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's their main like specialty is that she only heals a set amount per time. She can't fully she can't give you large instances of burst heal where it's just slow and steady and uh it's sometimes how do I put this? Sometimes the team fights won't go well just because you aren't sustaining your team alive for most of it, just because you can only
Mm-hmm.
have a set amount at a set time.
Yeah.
Um, but but yeah, it is even though it doesn't say it, it is a half. It is per second, so you're peeling half for every second.
Mm-hmm.
And with even though you have 100 energy, at least we'll go down to the talents later. But with life supports, it does increase her to 110
Mm-hmm.
instead. Um, for as far as healing beam, there is a limited range. It will show, of course, but
Mm-hmm.
you can still heal beyond that extended range before it detaches. Um, and it sometimes works when you keep hovering back and forth to your team, as long
Hmm.
as you bounce within that range, every so often you'll stay latched, even though you're way beyond the boundaries of
Hmm.
your range. Um, and with healing beam, it can also work with along walls. It depends on how close the wall is and your
Hmm.
teammate is, but then your teammate can hug the wall, so you can reach around, so you can heal them from it.
Absolutely. Is there any tips you have in making sure that you stay in range? One of the things about Lieutenant Morales is sometimes she can get caught with her pants down and she's unable to heal a
Yes.
target that suddenly gets caught out of position, and then you need to move in to start the healing process. But at that point, it might be a little bit too late. How do you go about doing these things?
I Well, you're only as fast as your teammate is if you're walking on foot. So
Mm,
it's even though it's as simple as getting closer to them to latch. Um, the only other methodology that I can think of is, especially when I go on 16 first responder, you get increased movement speed if you're
hmm.
above 60 energy. Now, I treat it a little bit like Spider-Man, my way across town, where
Ooh.
if there's a minion or another a hero you can latch on, you can use that as movement speed so you can get closer to your team.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um,
It's really cool.
that's
I
at
like
least
that.
that's how I would do it, especially if I'm running away or not running away, but running towards to someone, which
Hmm.
isn't that common. But as far as running away, if you have no other enemy, if you have no other teammates to heal, healing a minion, because Morales is one of those characters that can heal minions,
Hmm.
allows you to heal over time, to as another precautions if you're getting away from trouble.
Hmm. Oh, that's actually very true. As we're talking about Q, we're going to do a very quick segue into her actual trait. Whilst channeling her Q, Lieutenant Morales regenerates 2% of her health every second. Very simple trait. You can't heal yourself, but this trait is stepping in to do that job. It's a very minor heal. It happens all the time, so Lieutenant Morales has pretty good sustain. She doesn't really ever need to back because of that. And yeah.
Yeah, even though it's just 2% and it's not a big deal, it is, it's something at least.
Mm-hmm.
And the only other way to get better self healing is your level 4. But besides that, as long as you have, let's say, 100 energy, and well, yeah, as long as you have 100 energy and your other teammate is full
Mm-hmm.
health, your energy won't be depleted, and you can always use that as
Mm-hmm.
an infinite source of self heal without
That is true.
expending anything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and same thing with minions. You can use that to heal yourself to full on minions
Mm-hmm.
as a mean to self heal. But as far as selfish, it's not that impressive because it's not a whole lot. As for
Yeah.
her trait, she has to rely on her talents to get more of
Mm-hmm.
it.
It's a bit disappointing of a trait. Like it's one sentence and it's whatever. And generally speaking, most other type of healers, they're able to heal themselves, and then they actually have a useful trait to go along with it. But Caduceus Reactor does have something going for it. These single target healers like Tyrande, Anduin, oh I don't know, Deckard, well, not really Deckard, but there's a lot of healers that don't really focus on healing themselves. They need to focus on their team first, unless obviously they're being targeted. That's another thing altogether. But Morales tends to have higher than average health compared to other healers because she naturally tops herself off without needing to focus on herself. She just does something to her team, and she's always, when you need to kill the Morales, she's going to be higher health than you want her to be. It's not like a Malfurion where you might pressure him a little bit, and then he might forget to Q himself, and then, hey, the Malfurion stepped up again, let's get him, because he's like half life. Not the case with Morales. She's very mobile, and she's kind of hard to dive past the enemy team. It's not something you can slip by and then try to kill really quickly.
Yeah, well, I don't have much to add beyond that, other than just by just by Morales doing her job, she's already healing herself without
Mm-hmm.
anything about it. Um, And the only other way to protect yourself is to either your armor or your talents.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, she's not squishy because of her health pool, but she just have other
Mm-hmm.
ways means to compensate or remake up for the missing health.
Absolutely. I think if Morales had any more ways to like heal herself like directly, she might actually be too difficult to take down. Because honestly, Lieutenant Morales
Hmm.
is low key a backline tank. She is one of the
Oh
toughest
yeah,
healers to kill.
absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of instances where, because if you can predict what's going to happen, that armor alone, your own health pool can save most of it. Plus, if you're latching to someone and healing, you're already self healing at the same time.
Hmm.
So there is a reason why you need to focus on Morales so that your team can get a chance to kill the rest of the team.
Hmm. Big time. Healing beam. There's also this dynamic you need to play. The biggest thing you need to master as Lieutenant Morales is you need to have perfect positioning, really. You need to be simultaneously away from danger, but close enough to the fight that you can heal your targets without taking any damage back. Sometimes you need to make the decision of getting into danger, and so you can save your teammate. It has to be done.
Hmm.
And there's also the third thing you gotta watch out for is how exactly is the enemy tank going to engage upon you. There might be other enemies that engage upon you, like say an Illidan that hunts you down, or maybe there's a Zeratul, or maybe there's an Imperius that's also on the front line. Usually the tank is the primary initiation source from the enemy team, and so long as you have eyes or you play more cautiously when you don't see them, you're able to avoid that initiation. And you force the enemy team to initiate on your teammates, and then you swoop in, give them armor, give them healing, and it goes better for that point on. My tips for something like this: keep your eyes on the enemy tank at all times. And if you know their general proximity, you can just play opposite of wherever that is. Have a teammate in front of you, and that's good enough. But don't engage until you see the crowd control fly. Because when they use it, they're not going to go on you afterwards. And that's when you need to get in for your teammates. It's a tightrope balance, but if you get good at understanding when the enemy team engages, you'll get much better success as Lieutenant Morales as you don't get engaged upon. If Lieutenant Morales becomes the primary target and she gets dove upon first, and that happens because of a Tyrael judgment, for example, you're in big trouble. But if other types of tanks you can usually manage around, there is a limiting range, and so long as you play with your team, you'll be able to figure that one out.
Uh, yeah, Morales, with her distancing with your own team and enemy team is sort of like a tango because you're you're always trying to be precautious about the enemy's range alone because you don't want to be within their
Mm-hmm.
range, especially if they're a range auto attacker. But especially if it's like if you're not playing around walls correctly and Diablo takes advantage of that, that leaves
Mm-hmm.
you wide open. Uh, of course, Tyrael Judgment ult and like a Butcher charge is something to be mindful because you don't want to be in their range. You're always trying to be in the back
Mm-hmm.
to let your tank do your thing. And the only other times you would extend that to reach beyond is to catch up to someone that went further ahead. But
Mm-hmm.
at that point, it's not even. It mostly fall on them because they dove too far in. But if
Mm-hmm.
a Genji dashes too far in, you wouldn't want to go into help him afterwards
Mm-hmm.
unless he's falling back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's just a matter of having trust over your own teammates. Whether if they go far in and diving, it's going to be on them first.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good point you raise about the Genji situation. Morales is very bad at healing faraway targets. She needs to be up and close and personal, and she needs a more stable composition that doesn't move around too much. If your team is too
Mhm.
hypermobile, someone like a Malfurion or a Wiping are much better because the duration of their heals are much longer. Like in Malfurion's case, it's 20 seconds. And you could be on the other side of the map in those 20 seconds, Malfurion still heals you. You can't do that with Morales. So if you
Yeah,
have teammates that are they that want to dive into the enemy team and then come back to you, it's not as efficient. So you got to keep that in mind.
yeah, yeah. This because there are some times where I do go in to help or diving Genji, and it leaves me wide open, and
Hmm.
I regretted it. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's just it's better to play safe in the back to help your main team versus the one that already extended further in.
Hmm.
Um, Generally, you want to be around not only your tank but any other range assassins because they're within your arm's reach.
Hmm.
And characters that are melee oriented, like Illidan, are already going to give you a hard time because you have to follow and keep up with them. Because
Hmm.
you're not the one holding the leash. They're the one that wants you to be with
Yeah.
them. You know.
That's actually a very true thing. It's much easier to, because you have to imagine like a long chain. It's easier to heal somebody that's a ranged assassin because they're already at max range, hopefully, from the enemy, and that buys you distance, and you could be far behind the ranged assassin. If it's a melee character you're healing, you're in the front lines with them effectively, and that is much more dangerous.
Yeah, precisely.
Hmm. And one last thing from Healing Beam. Energy conversation, conservation and management. It's Morales has no mana costs, so she can stay on the battlefield infinitely. There is no point in which she is obligated to recall back home. However, she's punished with the fact that if a fight goes on too long, she's going to run out of energy, and then suddenly her healing is going to stop. This is a problem that you have to avoid at all costs because it takes about 17 seconds straight before she's out of energy. Most team fights will last longer than 17 seconds, so that is something you got to prepare for. In this instance, you have to intentionally stop the healing every so often so that you can regenerate energy. And it's better that you do so before you reach rock bottom. If you hit zero, you might have lost the fight. But
Yeah.
so ideally, you want to hover around 30-40%. The real secret to good Morales healing and energy conservation is understanding how much does a hero need to be healed in order to effectively operate. Because an Illidan at half health is kind of skittish. They're kind of scared of going back in. But if they're at 80% health, they're more confident and can walk back in. Someone like a Li Ming doesn't need as much healing. She can be left at 25% health if she needs to be. And then you can leave her as is and she's just fine. Vala maybe up to half health and then she can come back into the fight. But yeah, biggest thing is assassins. Assassins suffer a lot from lost health, so long as they have a good quantity amount, it's enough for them to get up into the front line. It's good to pair Morales with a few heroes that have good self-sustain outside of the healer. Say you're playing with a Muradin or you're playing with a Leoric. These heroes are a little bit better for Morales because sometimes it's nice to have teammates that alleviate that pressure away from you, so that distresses your energy less.
Yeah, with her energy conservation, uh, generally speaking, you want to ask yourself how much health do they really need. For
Mm-hmm.
me, I go for at least 70%, or
Mm.
keep them at 70% or more, if
Yeah.
possible. Um, as far as your energy bar, if you ever do, go down to zero just because your own team's health is getting so low already, there should have been communication between
Mm-hmm.
now and then on telling them, hey, I'm about to be out, I'm about to be depleted, or
Mm-hmm.
I need a regen. Because during fights, you do have to think on the spot on. I need to stop healing them because they need to use whatever health they have now, so I
Mm-hmm.
can get more, so I can help the team later. But when you're in the thick of it, you do have to run out, and once you run out, then you know you have to use whatever other resource, let it come back, let
Mm-hmm.
armor, help displace the enemy team to draw you some time to
Big
get
time.
your energy back.
Yeah. There's a lot going for this ability, and we do need to talk a lot about it because it's literally Lieutenant Morales' only form of healing, and for a healer, that is essential. Besides, it's very important because, yeah, this is your whole role.
Yeah, I will say I'm not trying to catch you on a technicality, but it is not her only way of healing because she also gets level 20
True.
for her W. And oftentimes, when you do want to give another instance of healing, you cast that W first before you heal,
Mm-hmm.
so it can fall under the 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it
Absolutely.
is another method of healing. Plus,
Mm.
um, with that healing talent
Oh, well, we'll get to
on
it
seven.
eventually.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get to that. Oh
So this
yeah,
is kind of like the baseline rules of Morales. This is what you have to work with at the start, and then you need to pick up talents that's appropriate for the game plan. Fundamentally, Morales has enough at level 1. She is actually very impressive because Anduin heals 280 health over a 5-second cooldown. Morales makes up that difference in 1.5 seconds. And this goes on
Wow.
continuously. It's very effective. One last tip. If you get interrupted with healing beam active, say you get stunned or silenced, it goes on a 2-second cooldown. This is usually enough to cover the duration of most crowd controls, but there are forms of mini stuns that can stop you from healing, and they're very frustrating to deal with. Um,
Hmm.
One advanced trick you could do is you could intentionally press your trait button. In my case, it's D, and you can
Right.
deactivate it right before you get hit by the CC. The only times I do this is against either Maiev or Joanna, because those pulls have a mini stun attached to them, and they're very predictable. You'll know if you're going to get pulled or not, and you'll have the reaction time to do it ahead of time. There's otherwise no point to doing it against longer duration stunts, like say the mosh pit's coming. Who cares? You got bigger problems to fry here, but it's just a micro optimization. If you see the CC coming, you can avoid the stun that comes after if you deactivate your healing beam right before it. It's a small optimization, but it helps, from time to time against Joanna.
Yes, I do want to point on that because most players may not even know that she gets a 2 second cooldown if she gets interrupted in her healing, and it's only when that interruption happens. And
Mm-hmm.
characters like Stukov is probably her biggest enemy because her
Mm-hmm.
silence pool is so common,
Very
and
true.
it just rejects an entire area that you can't heal in.
Mm-hmm.
And abilities like polymorph for Brightwing or Mirrodin's Skullcracker,
Mm-hmm.
you know, they're small things, but they interrupt your healing so often that you're just preventing the Morales from healing their team to begin with,
Mm-hmm.
and manually disconnecting will prevent any issues from that
Mm-hmm.
2 seconds from happening.
Yeah.
Um, it,
An
yeah,
advanced, yeah,
yeah. Go ahead.
great explanation there. An advanced tactic of stopping a Morales is actually to focus CC on the Morales rather than the target you're trying to kill, because this stops the healing. If you stun them, like whoop-de-doo, if the healing is still going through, you might not kill them and the stun gets wasted. But if you put the stun onto Morales, you stop the healing and then you can focus fire on your target. Stuff like you say, Stukov Silence, Sylvanas Arrow is very effective, especially. Polymorph with increased range is another thing. These things can all stop her from range without having to overextend into the Morales, and then it's much more reliable in securing the kill. Morales does not do well into dive that has CC attached because suddenly her healing will stop. Otherwise, she's pretty good into teams where it's constantly mobile. So long as she's not being interrupted with healing, she's actually perfectly happy. But if the diving comes with CC, it's much harder to deal with.
Yeah, spot on. Because the only way to really f over Morales is just to keep disconnecting her.
Yeah, it's very oppressive. It's really hard with like a Balian whale, like one of the good Moraleses on the server.
Yeah,
He constantly stays out of range, so he knows the CC's coming for him. And if you can't reach him, it's a catch-22. The enemy team is starting to damage you. You need to start fighting them. You start fighting them. Morales comes back. She puts the healing down, but Balin Well still stays out of range because he knows the CC is still focused on him because you haven't used it. And I'm like, oh man, got my ass. So yeah,
yeah.
it's a mind game situation. This is like the fun part about Morales is you understand the player to player dynamics and you're trying to get ahead of them. And in my opinion, when the team fight gets really chaotic, this is what makes her fun.
Yeah, and I haven't spent around with too much time with Baleen, but he is a good Morales player. The main difference in playstyle is that I tend to be a lot more aggressive,
Hmm.
mainly getting in there. I'm talking about like tower range, like
Hmm.
I'm gonna help you fight this guy.
Yeah. She's actually really good at diving towers. The big armor boost you give and the continuous single target healing, like it's very effective. She's very good at diving towers. And yeah, I'll
uh,
say I think that's everything we have to talk about Healing Beam. I'm not coming up with anything else.
she's one of those characters that because it's all precise on her healing and you can disconnect whenever you want. Characters like Zoljin that needs to have that percentage for health or
Hmm.
recklessness, or characters like even Gul'dan where they're constantly expending their health. You're
Hmm.
always there to be their battery. You can precisely measure and how much you need
Hmm.
for certain characters if a certain threshold is needed.
That's very true. One good thing about Morales is she does have that delegation. She can delegate a percentage of her healing, and it's exactly how much you need. There's no too little or too much. You give however much you want to give, which is honestly one of her strong suits. She doesn't have a cooldown in that regard.
Yeah, she's one of those healers that, of course, she doesn't have mana. The off chance of her hearth thing is very rare, at least in my experience.
Hmm.
Because hearth it probably means that your health is like 20% or lower,
Hmm.
or you're trying to medevac someone from core to a specific location of your
Hmm.
choice. But it most of the time, I just don't see my hearth thing because
Yep.
I just rotate, I just heal off of things naturally.
Hmm. I agree with you on that. The only other healer that shares his quantities may be Malfurion, where he's a walking fountain, but so is Lieutenant Morales in the way. You just can't heal the mana until you get the Medivac, and more on that later.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's basically everything there's to talk about Healing Beam. I think it's time to go on to her other abilities, especially Safeguard. Safeguard is a point and click ability just like Healing, and you give one target ally hero 35 armor for 3 seconds. This is a big deal because Morales suffers a lot from extreme burst damage, but Safeguard kind of flips it on its head. Now she's kind of good both into burst and into sustained damage at the same time. Maybe a little bit of poking is annoying for her, but she can usually deal with that in certain ways and talents. Safeguard is definitely her most important ability, in my opinion. Healing is,
Mhm.
your bread and butter. You're using them all the time, but how you use Safeguard is whether or not somebody lives or dies, and that is extremely vital. How
Mhm.
I would go about using Safeguard is you need to pay attention to when is it actually a dangerous situation. And with Lieutenant Morales, it's kind of hard to say because when you're healing somebody continuously, they're a lot safer than normal because there is no cooldown between the healing. It's just continuous stream. But there will come a point in time the enemy team decides to start a fight. They want to focus fire somebody down. That's just the efficient way of playing the game. CC will come out, stuns will come out, damage comes out. Safeguard, whatever you see gets stunned. Yeah.
With safeguard, it is a prediction on how much damage the person and yourself are about to take, especially if it's just either like focus fire abilities or damage over time, like Lunar or Godan,
Hmm.
because that can negate so much within that time span. Uh, with safeguard, it's easy to use when you can predict what's going to happen. Like
Hmm.
someone's about to get onto judgment, or someone's getting charged by butcher. By default, they're the person that's getting
Hmm.
safeguard versus someone else. Or other instances where pyroblast, is about to hit someone, and all you
Hmm.
just gotta do is just let them keep running and be within your range of your W, and you already have it at 35 armor,
Hmm.
which reduces so much damage.
Yeah. And that armor is also doubly important for Morales because healing bypasses armor. So somebody that's getting healed 200 health a second, they're going to get it. But if they have armor
Mhm.
too, then the enemy team, they need to go over the armor and they need to get over the healing. Their damage is reduced, your healing is not. So somebody that has armor already gets more healing in effect because of it. And that's very oppressive.
Right? Yeah, because she doesn't have any form of strong cleanses other than slow for her talent. Uh, Armor is really the best thing she can do to
Hmm.
offer to her team.
Yeah.
Uh, Her kit's simple, but there's not much to it. I would say
Hmm. Honestly, more on that on the cleansing kind of thing. I'm sometimes glad she doesn't have a cleanse. Now that's a ridiculous
it would
statement to make, but
it would be strong.
yeah, if she has cleanse, I think she actually might be decent. Maybe physical therapy can get some buffs in that regard. But when it comes to something like vanadium plating, I'm quite glad because when somebody's stunned, This gives the enemy team a false image that they can actually kill somebody they cannot. And then the armor
Right.
comes up, and then you give them 55 armor. You're having the damage they're doing, and you're healing them all the while. And then they start pouring more resources into trying to kill. So they're dropping CC, they're dropping abilities. The fact that you are giving them armor forces them to continue the committal of attacking, but they're not backing away. If you cleanse a Kel'Thuzad chain, they're like, well, better luck next time. Yeah, you save your teammate, which is
Mhm.
perfectly fine. But sometimes, in some circumstances, staying in the fight and forcing them to use everything is actually a net positive, because if the cleanse goes through and both teams disengage, the cleanse goes on a lengthy cooldown and the stun does not, and it'll usually come back. The exception is if an ultimate was involved, then yes, the cleanse is a very good trade. But Morales does have a strong suits in that she can lure enemies into taking bad fights because they don't see how important that armor is. They truly don't understand how impactful it is.
Yeah, it. I don't know what to say other than the armor can be easily underestimated because it's no mana. It's only 11 seconds, and
Yeah,
you get armor for 3 seconds, which is the
it's a
good
good
duration.
duration. Mm,
Um, Other than that, it's just she just keeps her team alive. That's mainly her whole stick.
mm-hmm. Big time. Yeah. Also, be careful not to be spooked into using safeguard. Like, sometimes the enemy team's gonna like skirmish a bit. You need to hold, like the Braveheart movie. You got to keep holding until you see the enemy team start committing stuns and resources and engagements. And only then do you press the armor, because if you waste the safeguard, they might recalibrate their targets and go on somebody else. And now you actually have a bigger problem on your hands, because you have a cooldown and they're correctly adjusting their gameplay to it. So that's one thing you need to keep in mind. But with Healing Beam online, Lieutenant Morales can make a target very hard to kill. They need to use CC. And when they use CC, that's when you safeguard.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
of the time I do hold back safeguard for myself, especially when they want to focus on the healer.
Mm-hmm.
I can heal the tank just completely fine if I'm in range, but if they start diving me, I got a backup plan. You know.
It's very true. You're going to be seeing a lot of focus fire on the Morales. You will be Mocus Foralist. Yeah, that is true. Any other comments to give on the
Yeah.
safeguard?
As far as comments, not really. If you worry about safeguarding or healing first, just ask yourself how low their health is, because healing comes first, then armor,
Mm-hmm.
versus the other way around, because you try and get them back up, not their health going back down. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
uh,
actually, I have a tip to give. Safeguard actually has a slightly longer range than Healing Beam, if I'm not mistaken.
it does. It
So
does. Yeah.
yeah, if you're out of range of somebody that needs healing, what you can do is you drop the armor and then you're moving into range and then you start healing them. This is
Yes.
this is very important so that you stop the bleeding as soon as you can, and then the healing can hopefully make up the difference in bringing their health bar back up. Another important thing to do with Morales is Alt W. To protect yourself,
Yes.
don't mouse over. Just press Alt W. This is going to give you safeguard to yourself, and that could be the difference
Yeah.
between you having it down before you get stunned or not.
Yeah. That goes. That's applied to most characters that can
Hmm.
self cast abilities like Bright Wings Pixie Dust or whatever. But
Hmm.
having that hotkey, I don't use Alt. I use Shift because
Hmm.
coming from StarCraft, Shift queuing things is very common.
Yeah.
Uh, but like anytime you already know shit's about to hit the fan, just Shift W, Alt W immediately,
Hmm.
and versus pointing and clicking yourself.
Hmm. Another great tip you gave for the clicking. Since Morales has a lot of single target abilities, shift queuing is very efficient on her. Like I say, for the safeguard from range, and then you move in to do the healing, you can press W and then shift Q onto the same target. So Morales does not interrupt. She starts the healing as soon as she gets in range, and you're not crossing any wires. So the full combo sequence goes in, not a problem.
Mhm.
And with that, I think
We move on to grenades.
I think
the
so. Safeguard is
one,
all done and swell. So, displacement grenade. Fire a grenade every 12 seconds that could be manually detonated. And this thing has a long range. It does moderate
it
damage on
does.
explosion, and it knocks them a considerable distance away. Hooley, what do you think about grenade?
It is such a double-edged sword, controversial ability, in my opinion, because
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes when you use it, you may not you may just throw it willy nilly, and but it can do a lot more harm than good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those abilities where you need to selectively think on how you're about to use it versus throwing it just to throw extra damage,
Yeah.
because it's in the name, is displacement. It's meant to orient things around, and most of the time you don't want your team doesn't want you to displace
Mm-hmm.
things. They
Yeah.
want things to be predictable and clustered, or however whatever trajectory they're on to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
um, and with displacement, it's good damage. It is good to use for last hitting enemies, but
Oh,
most of the
yeah.
time I see myself using it just as free damage on structures, things that
Mm-hmm.
are immobile, like Johanna's trait, or or just hit structures for free damage
Mm-hmm.
because you have no mana. It's on cooldown,
Yeah,
but
no mana.
that's only within like early to mid games or whatever times you can see yourself expending it, versus
Mm-hmm.
selectively, not using it so you can hold it to interrupt or intentionally displace someone. Because despite it being a offensive thing, it can also use to save your own teammates
Mm-hmm.
and um, mess up over the team's trajectory as well. Because if, let's say, if the enemy they have an Alex Strauza,
Mm-hmm.
having that grenade in that Alex W, it's
Mm-hmm.
like playing golf. It's like you want that hole in one.
Absolutely.
Like
Yeah.
is and it's besides aiming it in the hole in general, it's also about timing, because you're waiting
Mm-hmm.
for a timer to tick off, and
Yeah.
things like Nazebo walls. If they're trapped, just blast them out and they're
Very
free.
true.
You know.
Yeah, that's cool.
Uh,
That's cool.
yeah, go ahead. I think you have a lot more to share.
Fair enough. Honestly, you covered up the vast majority of it. Displacement grenade. I have a friend, Zelaya. She plays Zagara. You know her. She,
I believe.
we have every time I use displacement grenade on the camps, like she gets really mad because I am separating the whole camp away, and now her banelings only hit one target rather than all three, and she gets mad at me,
Yes.
and I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'm killing her
Yeah.
children, making her
Yeah.
making her banes go to waste. Uh,
Mhm.
so it's an inside
I
joke between us.
Yeah, no, I get the same shit from my friends too, and most of it is rightfully deserved. And I did have to learn that the hard way when I played Morales often. So, as far as
Yeah.
regarding camps, camps like the Bruisers, the one with the Knights and Mages,
Hmm.
if you are literally the only one doing it, or you're the first person there and someone else is coming for reinforcements, yeah, sure, throw a grenade for free
Hmm.
damage and mess up the orientation. But
Yep.
you're kiting them. You're bringing them back as a group before your team can help you clear it
Very
faster.
true.
Um, but most of the time, you just don't even bother using grenades for camps, other than specific situations such as the siege camps, the ones that throw rocks. Those guys, you just push one closer to the other to make it
Hmm.
more closer impact. Um, but it's either that as free damage to initiate that camp,
Hmm.
or you just use it. You just micro the movement, just hit one and then walk away, and then come back, and they're all bunched up together, anyways.
Yeah.
But it using grenade for camps most oftentimes is ill advised, just because it's
Hmm.
impractical, and it does more harm than good in the long
Hmm.
run, of course.
Definitely.
Um, as far as other than
I've
those being practical, go ahead.
Ooh, one
Sorry.
second. I got two things
Yeah,
to talk about in terms of mercenary camps. If there's
yeah,
anything, Morales is actually probably one of the best healers when it comes to mercenary camp takeovers because when you come
absolutely. Yes.
invading, Morales has a way of shoving people off of the points that they're trying to capture, which is very advantageous. So if your team gets
Hmm.
onto it, starts being contested, You send out the grenade, you knock them out. Hopefully the tank or whoever is on it can body block them from getting onto the circle, and boom, you just captured it. So grenade is quite good in takeovers or securing it, making sure nobody else comes to steal it away. And yeah, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. And the other thing is, like you say, it's more important that you use your feet and movement to corral the mercenaries to be bunched up together to take maximum damage from AoE. There's some camps that refuse to clump, say the Impaler goats on the Diablo maps. You could, even
Sure.
if you try, you can't really force them together. They'll be in that triangle, which is good enough in most cases. But some heroes have line-based skill shots, and they are not going to hit all three. By shoving one
Mhm.
of them to the side into the rest, you now have them all in the straight line, and that increases the total damage that's done to the camp. Rather than you sending it out and have it damage everything, but you knock everything further away, which reduces your total damage because you're reducing the area of effects your teammates can do.
Right. Uh, yeah, just for those just like those camps for the impalers, even the bruiser camps in those Gaia, those being
Hmm.
range mercs,
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
need to either push them in a line, which most of the time won't be perfect, but it'll get close enough, or
Yes.
you just push them into like a triangle, like a bowling pin,
Hmm.
and they're all grouped up where Naz can zombie wall do whatever.
Hmm.
But it's better to just either have them clumped or in a line. But
Yeah.
yeah, especially with what you said earlier about pushing them off the camp, it is good to hold them back. Sure, you use a grenade to maybe to initiate it, but if you aren't, you always want to have it on standby in case there's a fight over the camp. Because
Hmm.
there's some instances where, oh god, the whole team, both teams are fighting for that one boss, and
Hmm. Yeah.
you just fucking push him off. It's like, no,
Yeah.
this is the last TV from Black Friday. I want a motherfucker. It's like you just push them
uh,
off, and then your team gets
Hell yeah.
it.
And nobody's going to notice that the grenade shoved them off, too, by the way. That's the
No,
tragedy of it.
absolutely not. Yeah.
That's
It's
great.
very fun and disrespectful at the same time. It's so
Hmm.
simple as well.
Yeah.
Um,
As for,
other,
yeah, basically, don't use it for damage. Use it to line up the mercenaries. Your damage dealers are going to be very grateful. You do the opposite, they're going to
yes,
flame you, and for good reason. Until you play with the morales, and you'll know what it's like secondhand. Uh,
yes,
but that's mercenary camps. In
uh,
combat,
yeah.
Morales has a lot going for her in that she can stop a lot of damage, but she can't stop the damage of the entire enemy team when all five go onto a target. Grenade is your last safety valve, in that hopefully by shoving them away, you buy some time and distance so that you can relieve some of the pressure that's put onto your teammate. It's especially effective into melee assassins that are trying to right click at range. When you shove them away, they can't do anything about that. If you shove away ranged assassins that are trying to right click, that's also a big problem. And another thing to keep in mind is grenade can also be used to interrupt movement abilities, although knockbacks tend to be a little bit weaker, and it's kind of tricky manipulating grenade in such a way that you shove them in a direction you desire, with the exception of it going straight back towards you. That's relatively easy. But manipulating the battleground, say there's circles on the ground and you're shoving people into it, it's kind of hard with Morales. It's not as reliable, but it can happen.
Yeah.
And if you keep your eyes open for opportunities that you can shove them into, say, a May W, where she has her Blizzard on the ground and it's threatening to blow up, you can shove
Mhm.
somebody that's trying to get out of it back into it. And that's very effective.
Yeah. Same thing with ETC moshes. That one person that isn't in that
Hmm.
mosh, you can help them push closer to the mosh. And
Yeah.
yeah, it it is finicky because it takes skill, time, and patience to learn how the grenade works because
Hmm.
it is a projectile that works. It's like a you're throwing like a Zarya expulsion zone, but
Hmm.
it's only that one moment of instance, and that's mainly
Hmm.
it. It's
Exactly.
sometimes reliable, sometimes it isn't. It just depends on how and when you're using it.
Yeah. I will say, lately I've been playing a lot of Mei, and when I slide through enemies, I sometimes come up short and they go into a random direction. The fact that Grenade has bonus range, like compared to any other skill shot in the game, this is obscene range. I think it's range 13.
Yeah.
It flies way past them and right behind them. And that extra range they added is so important. Like, I cannot stress that is the difference between you successfully bringing and reeling them back in, or they get away scot-free. Or
Yeah.
it blows them up. It does great damage for some reason.
Hmm. Uh, I was going to talk about using grenades offensively and defensively
Hmm.
for within team fights against enemy heroes. Uh, when using it offensively, at least I do use this tactic oftentimes, but sometimes it might backfire just because, again, you're displacing things and your team does need the enemy to be predictable and for the cast spells or catch
Hmm.
up to them. But it does help, sort of like a garrosh throw in a way, where you
Hmm.
throw way further ahead of them and you push them closer to your own team.
Hmm.
That is also a viable method, despite sometimes it can backfire because someone else has had the same intention of throwing something at them and they need a clear path. And you
Hmm.
messed up. You just nudge it a little bit, and
Hmm.
that messes up. But
Yeah.
alternatively, you can use it defensively, especially if your own teammate is like ganged up by a blaze stun, followed by another thing that's coming their way.
Hmm.
Just by pushing them off, just by throwing it at your own teammate, and gives them a short moment of reprieve
Hmm.
to escape or cast any other abilities.
Yeah. It's like giving a EDCW to a teammate. Like, just toss it on them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hmm. Very effective. Grenade definitely is a finicky ability, like you say. It's maybe for a lot of healers, they're pretty happy with the type of abilities they have. I think Grenade is something that's kind of like a begrudging problem child that you have to love in some strange way. And only then does it
Hmm.
kind of start working again for you. I think Grenade works pretty effective in a lot of tank combos, but you really need to be careful not to make the mage or somebody that has skill slots on your team miss because you're reeling them in. I find it most effective. You need to look at how far up the tank is. If the tank is up far, you can usually get the grenade in before the damage dealer starts. But if the tank is kind of close to the rest of your team, sending the grenade is usually a mistake. I think at some points, early game, like say level 1, level 4, it's perfectly fine using it after a tank combo because usually the distance it makes, it's very good. It also
Hmm.
forces people behind a character, and a lot of times that means you start body blocking them again, which is pretty effective. But once mid game and late game starts, at some point you need to start using it defensively, as it's going to make much more value saving your team rather than trying a very dodgy type of kill because it's not as effective on the offense.
Yeah. Pretty much on the nose there, because I see myself using Morales a lot more offensively in the early to mid
Hmm.
games, especially because everyone's health is lower. They don't have
Hmm.
everything yet. Um, just by understanding like something like positioning from the other team, if someone's getting too close to your wall, pushing them closer to your wall to get two free
Yeah,
tower shots could
so true.
change a lot.
Hmm.
um, versus late game, you don't even really need to think about doing that because you're trying to use it more defensive to interrupt channel abilities
Hmm.
or to help saving off in team
Yeah,
fights.
really
Like,
important. Really important thing to note
sorry.
about that channel. I like where you're going with it. Grenade has insane range, so if there's any channel abilities on the enemy team that you need to watch out for, this could be an Anduin bubble, this could be a Nazebo spirit, Mosh Pit especially. Hold the grenade,
Mhm.
like hold it on longer than you should, because at some point you're going to see it come out. You'll always be in range to interrupt it, which is very effective.
Yes, especially if you know they have like a ETC mosh, you should hold it on standby. Like,
Hmm.
of course, they're like, oh, he won't have his ult for the next 40,
Hmm.
50 seconds.
Yeah.
And then by then you just hold off. You can also definitely use it because of her E range. You can use it to last kill people over the walls, especially if they run to a
Yes.
fountain, um, and they think they're safe behind their walls when one big ass giant ball is coming their
Yeah.
way.
And it always catches them off guard too, which is the funny part. Like, why does this thing though? I think Cassia Q does less damage than this, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me check her out. Because 208
It's
damage is very
200.
impressive. Yeah, her Q does 158 damage. Morales does 200. So the grenade does big damage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah, that's all I have to say about grenade.
I think that's all I also have to say about grenades. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Other than just know your team's composition, because some characters like Chromie needs
Mm-hmm.
predictability, and
Absolutely.
other team sometimes you just throw it for free damage to chip things, or you just use it to displace things to mess up their pathway.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yes.
it's also good as zoning tools for yourself.
True.
If someone's harassing you, even just a brief shove with a grenade where you just mash E double times, like rapidly,
Mm-hmm.
can save your life.
Absolutely. It's a meager escapability, but it's totally viable, and it does work when it happens, I will say. Most people will give up the chase if they get shoved away, especially if there's other teammates around Morales.
Hmm. I will just say, never grenade an E wave unless, or like never grenade a minion wave
Mm-hmm.
unless you're the only one person in that lane.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
agreed.
you're yeah. It's just the whole dispositioning thing.
Uh, and yeah, that's all there is to talk about Grenade. I will talk about a point you say about being aggressive in the early game. Morales is
Mhm.
absolutely an early game bully, and I think this is something you need to really take advantage of in order to have a better game as her. She does great in the early game because there's no tools on the enemy. No, neither side have a lot of tools, and Morales is just a big stat stick. She's got healing out of the wazoo, she's got armor, and she has a pretty good CC through the effects of Grenade. The problem is,
Mhm.
in the late game, people start getting unique effects on their abilities. They start rooting, they start stunning, they have more range, they have ultimates that combo with the rest of their ability kits. And then level 20s come, and it could be all sorts of crazy utility. But Morales literally stays the same throughout the whole game. Maybe one or two added tricks, but her baseline kit does not change. It's fundamentally the way it is. So, in the early game, you have numbers advantage. Do you know what happens when a Blaze, with all of his abilities, does when he walks onto a mercenary camp you're trying to take? You have to concede it because Blaze has damage, he has healing, he has 40 armor on a on a 3,000 health body at level 1. You can't beat him. And Lieutenant Morales is the exact same. You deliver a blaze onto whoever you want in the early game, and you can forcibly take away things you really shouldn't be taking because you have numbers advantage early game. It's like Zarya or Blaze or Joanne or Rhaegar Sylvanas. These heroes just have numbers, and they force themselves onto these early game skirmishes, and they can usually come out ahead.
Right. um, I don't know what to add regarding
I'm
about
sure you
Morales.
feel the same way, like subconsciously.
Yeah,
Sorry.
because it's she doesn't really offer much in terms of in long run. Because again, the only cleanse she has is her slow and seven. But beyond
Mm-hmm.
that, armor is like the best thing you get from her, other than sustained healing.
Yeah.
And you can't remedy stun other than giving more armor. You can't
Mm-hmm.
remedy roots other than giving more armor.
Yeah. The only thing you
And
could do is maybe if a combo comes down and then you see the combo going down and you send out a grenade ahead of time to preemptively separate the enemy backline with the front line. And that might give you enough time that the CC wears off and your teammate gets away because you managed to stop the damage source from coming in.
mm,
But aside from that, yeah, there really isn't much going for Morales except for the fact that she has big numbers, and big numbers means you wield the stick and force it on the enemy team.
yeah, her healing output is crazy. It's one of the higher up there's if you're I'm not trying to be mean, but like know what you're doing. Like in terms of managing your energy, healing who's he needs to be healing,
Mm-hmm.
not dying, whatnot. Her healing output can be really high.
Yep. And that's her strong point, and it is something everybody that plays Morales needs to abuse. And at some point, they reel back in the aggressivity, like a Rhaegar does when he reaches level 10. And then from that point on, it's kind of like smooth sailing. Pray your team scales better, you go from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is her baseline abilities. Now it's time for her heroics. Let's talk about Stim Drone first. You grant a target allied hero 75% attack speed and 25% movement speed for 10 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, this is the strongest attack speed steroid in the whole game. Haha, steroid, it's a stim.
Huh.
And you
Yeah.
give it to anybody you want on a 70-second cooldown, which is very generous. Yeah, this is generally speaking why LtMorales gets picked with clickers, because they're
Right.
expecting the stim drone. It's very effective. But it's also effective for a second reason in that it's nice having heroes that are not dependent on you messing up their combos with a grenade, and also heroes that
Mhm.
can continuously put pressure on the enemy team and force them away, because they do continuous damage. They don't have to rely upon waiting on the team doing CC for them to launch out their abilities. A Ming is useless at range unless one
Yeah.
stun comes out. But Avala is not, and Avala is going to continuously pressure you until you must run away. And Stim Drone
Mhm.
just amplifies that tenfold.
Yeah. With Stim, I mean, it says it right on the packaging. Is really it's not that difficult
Mm-hmm.
to use because it's just
Yeah.
a buff you give. Um, Again, yeah, it only benefits most auto attackers like Tychus, Vala, Raynor,
Mm.
that type of sorts. Um, like yeah, having a Tychus with Stim with his trade on, with
Mm-hmm.
other talents, that's fucking terrifying. You know,
Yes.
it just rips their health away immediately. Uh,
The
but
animation doesn't even complete.
yeah, but other than that, the movement speed helps, you know, offensively to catch up to
Big time.
secure those kills if they're running away. In rare instances, you use it as a getaway for your teammate
Mm-hmm.
that needs to get out of the thick of it. Just use it as
Yeah.
a movement speed versus the attack speed. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but with Stim Drone, it's hard to mess up. You just need to read when to use it, and in terms of when the
Yeah.
fight's happening, uh, cooldowns. You know, characters like Tychus Odin or even Tassar's Archon
Mm-hmm.
synergizes really well with
Big time.
Syndrome. Well, it's just Stim Drone, not Syndrome. Um, but uh, but for me, Stim Drone is one of those old. Just like this is what she's known for. This is
Mm-hmm.
her label. But other than that, I'm
Mm.
not wowed by it. It's just it's a speed boost for attack speed and movement. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And sure, yeah, it can help team fights. It can help you win games. It probably, I know it has a higher win rate than Medivac. That's for
Mm-hmm.
certain. But it's just, I try to, I don't, I try to stay away from it, not just because it's more useful, but just because it's not my playstyle. But
I
Syndrome
totally
is
agree with you.
good.
Mm-hmm. It's I love Stim Drone only on like a rare occasion, like somebody might love Medivac on a very rare occasion. It's just reversed. It's totally the try hard option. You know, if you're winning the game, you pick Stim Drone and you're irrelevant into the late game. But
Yep.
um, tell me, Hooley, is there say there's no obvious Stim Drone targets? Is there a second favorite you'd like to put? Someone that's not Vala, but rather just a different type of hero?
That isn't an auto attacker.
I'd say like
Um,
auto attacks, but not a traditional ranged carry, for example.
Not in traditional range. We're talking about melee or what their other
Yeah, could be
builds are based
melee,
off.
could even be a tank, actually, if there's a specific one that you like.
Yeah. So commonly when I do play with my friends, at least they pointed it is that let's say Hanzo for instance, if you
Mm-hmm.
went scatter build, scatter benefits a lot from increased attack speed, even though it's not an auto
Mm-hmm.
attack build. Um, Characters other than like Karazim, Blaze, they're
Mm-hmm.
melee oriented regardless, but it anything that helps them procs off anything from their own auto attack is beneficial, even
Mm-hmm.
if it's not just pure damage. It's just
Mm-hmm.
any instance that can proc off. Mirrodin Skullcracker is terrifying, you know?
Yeah, especially modern day Burden, where he gets both damage boosts to his right clicks.
Oh shit.
I wonder how that turns out. I gotta try that out actually. But yeah,
Yeah.
you're totally right. There are a class of heroes that benefit a lot from attack speed because they have some benefits that are derived from right clicking. And giving them attack speed means they get more of that. Artanis, for example, gets lots of shielding. Hanzo gets more scatter arrows, and that increases his overall damage output. Illidan gets more abilities through the attacks he gets, so he's a very good target. And there are some heroes that just hit hard, and they benefit a lot from the attack speed. Ragnaros may not seem like a obvious target, but he's also very good with it. It speeds up
Mhm.
his right clicks, which do a lot of damage, and it speeds up his Q timing, which is also really effective. And yeah, there's a lot of bruisers, and there's plenty of tanks that have boosts to their right clicks. They benefit a lot from Stim Drum. There's usually always at least one target that, although they might not be the obvious high range, high damage, high attack speed target like maybe a Greymane or a Vala might provide, but they're still very worthwhile because they make them substantially more effective combat-wise. Plus, the movement speed
Mhm.
helps a lot in a melee hero's case because it's almost mount speed for 10 seconds.
Yeah, pretty much. And if you were to upgrade it, you mean faster than amount of speed.
Yeah, really faster than mount speed. This is one of the things about Morales is she's the damage equivalent of Ana, where Ana synergizes better with mages. She's got a sleep dart that sets up somebody for 3 seconds. Mink comes in with a big combo, and then nano boost on top of that. One good part about Stim Drone is it detaches the value from Morales and puts it on the hero she wants. So even if Morales is left to 1% health and she dies, if the drone comes out, their team can avenge her pretty well because now the hero that got the buff, they don't need Morales anymore. They got what they came for, which is the attack speed, and they can go to
Yeah.
town. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, it's one of those abilities you just cast and forget and let your team do the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and as far as the ult itself, other than what it says on the packaging, of course, like many ults, if you do get interrupted, there is a 10-second cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say if you, because Stim, if I'm not mistaken, it does have like a half-second wind-up time. It's not like
Yes.
like most things, there's is a wind-up time, but you know, in that half-second frame, if it doesn't channel all the way through, you don't get the Stim. It gets reset to 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm. That happens more often than you think, and it sucks when it does, big time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
What else?
it's
What else?
not
What
much to say
else?
about STEM other than
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
a workhorse.
boring
It's
all.
boring, but it does the job really well. We are
Yes.
here for the thrill. And is there one more thing to say about Stim Drone? Oh yeah, on timings, how to use Stim Drone properly. Well, it's kind of obvious when you'd use it. The big thing is you need a reason that an enemy team might stick around for. And if you can identify what
Mhm.
that reason is, you can force the enemy team into an uncomfortable position. Say you're in a skirmish, using Stim is fine if your teammate can keep up with them. But if they can't, then it's kind of wasted. But there is a way you can lure the enemy team back into you. You can use it to force yourself onto a mercenary camp. Now the enemy has a hard decision to make. Do they fight you with the Stim drone active, or do they run away from the mercenary camp and give it up? And now you stole it from underneath their noses. And you use that for momentum. You can go attack the fort, whatever. So if there's something that the enemy team must contest, Stim Drone is a very scary wall. Say you're fighting boss, say you're fighting over objective, especially, you need to deal either with the Stim or with the objective, and this is kind of like the best way of using it. You're there, even if Stim does nothing, you bought yourself space, and that secures you something more important than just a 70-second cooldown. So, in my opinion, that is the best time to use Stim Drone.
Yeah, that's a good point that you did bring it up because I totally didn't even think about bringing it up until now. But
You did a little
STEM,
bit, but then
it,
we went
it
off course.
oh
uh,
yes, yes. But with STEM, when you do pop it, sometimes yes, you do want to use STEM practically in a team fight, but sometimes I would use it preemptively to act like a deterrent in a way
mhm.
because when you hear someone with a STEM,
Oh,
like they got STEM, you're
oh,
like, oh shit. You're like, so either do I still follow through to focus at Morales, or do I get my ass out because someone's about to beat me up? It's like,
mm,
but it's just other than the character being stronger than not stronger, but they attack faster. The seeing someone being STEM sort of makes them the new priority
hmm
target in a way.
true.
So
Yeah.
in a way, it sort of takes that little aggro off of you a little bit.
hmm And then this is one of the things Morales is best known for is you force these impossible situations. You either deal with the Morales or you deal with whoever she's healing. And I don't know which is worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. It's like, do I kill the thing that's killing me, or do I kill the thing that's keeping the killer alive?
Yeah. It's and when you're forced into that clamp and vice situation, oh man. Oh god. It's not good. It feels very suffocating. But yeah, that is Stim drone. Honestly, I don't really have much more to say about it.
Yeah, it's just like safeguard. It says what it says on the tin.
Mm-hmm.
Self-explanatory. Um, but if we are ready, we could move to Medivac, which doesn't
All
say
right,
much
let's
on the
go. Medivac
tin.
time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Even the description itself doesn't tell you about the extra ability or how
Mm,
it functions. It just tells you,
yeah.
transport a location for medevac transport.
It
Uh,
needs the. I think the wiki has an S added to the end of dropship, but the client for some reason doesn't. If it says Medivac
okay,
dropships, it makes more sense. But if I don't know, for some reason it says dropship, and actually it
yeah,
doesn't even have the reinforcements on this right now. At least I'm looking at
it
the. Hold
doesn't.
on.
It. I think the only way to see it
Oh,
is
look.
through the shop. I think,
Yes,
or
there's a bug
collection.
here. We found something. On the abilities, it's not there, but on talents, it is.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I'm viewing through collection right now, looking at Morales, and it will highlight all that there is to it. But yeah, that comment regarding it doesn't say what a 10 is just for that main screen.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, it does say you get two forms of ultimate medevac dropship and
Hmm.
reinforcements. They both share the same cooldown.
Hmm.
It just works different way. One's point A to point B versus point B to point A.
Hmm. And point A being your location.
Yes, yes. From being the whichever however you label it, I'll rephrase it as from the halls of echoes, whatever it's called from the core,
Hmm.
towards your point, or your point to any destination you pick within range.
Hmm.
And medevac itself, for most map, covers about 70 or 80% of the map.
Hmm.
Like you can't fly to the core, but you can fly as close to the middle of the map,
Hmm.
um, for to their fort or whatever, depending the
Yeah.
map.
And it's almost always in range of something important.
Hmm. Yeah. How about you? You kick us off, and I'll
Absolutely.
help you fill in.
So, Medivac, there's a reason why heroes with global abilities tend to be prioritized more. It's because it's just good. Having macro in this game is very important, and having somebody on the side lanes that can still join a fight is a very strong ability, and it keeps your team with an XP advantage. Medivac dropship, although it's not exactly that, it does put a similar amount of pressure on the macro game. And then suddenly, Morales, who is this unassuming hero, she turns the entire team into a global powerhouse. Suddenly, anything that is on the map is reachable by Morales and her team. Usually, you're not really afraid of that, but what really you are more afraid of is the consequences of losing a fight to Morales means you're going to lose something important right afterwards, and you don't have a say against it. You can't defend in time. You can't stop the medevac, and yeah, it's very strong in that regard. It earns you bonus rewards. I kind of dislike the fact that Medivac is a little bit of a win more type talent in that it's hard to use from behind because you lose map control and you lose safe landing zones, so to say. But it still allows you to claim back a lot of map control, even if you're from behind. And if you're ahead or you score a win in a team fight, this is going to get you something bonus. Say you win the fight somewhere completely random. You can use Medivac to go to the objective now, or you can use the Medivac to go steal a camp and then hopefully take a fort after that, or you take it to take a fort or a keep right away. Ideally, a keep. I don't find the act of using your Medivac to go to a fort super appealing, but if it's a keep, it's definitely worthwhile.
Mhm.
Yes, that's kind of like how it goes. It also gives you timing advantages in that you reach objective sooner before the enemy team for any reason, or you can take late camps, or you're clearing out a fort and then you come to objective. You can force these coin flip situations, and you'll be there first before the enemy team is. And that's a strong suit you need to be utilizing from the Medivac. Thoughts so far?
I well, how you're explaining it mainly as far as usage on how and when to use it. Um, I do have a sort of a different philosophy. Well, not that other
Mm-hmm.
than it can help you get to lanes a lot faster, especially if
Mm-hmm.
if you're one of your teammates does die and you're already in the middle of the map, just
Mm-hmm.
help them get to the map quicker
Yeah.
with reinforcement, which just helps them save what like 7 8 seconds of walking.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as being used as a practical tool, like what it says on the cover, it can help you navigate through getting multiple instances done at the same time optimally, such as if you were to uh, finish a fight where the team's already backing off, well, the team's not even at the objective yet. You can
Mm-hmm.
just use it to get your team to objective way before they even show up.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, or you can use it to double cap bosses where, let's say,
Very
Curse
true.
and Hollow,
Mm-hmm.
you take your boss and you go to the other team and take it to their boss. Same thing with Alterac, which is really strong as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if you weren't planning on pushing with just that boss in that lane, and that's that's mainly as far as it says on the box for getting point A to point B,
Mm-hmm.
of helping your team getting to where they need to immediately, or getting literally reinforcements because they just died. Now you just turn at 4v5 or whatever to you get additional teammates to help you sooner.
Big time.
Um, and with especially if you ever do die, you already have your free express
Mm-hmm.
cab that you can just go to help your team at any point. Especially if you need to help a teammate, because you can't treat it the same way as a Brightwing Z,
Mm-hmm.
because it takes so much rev up time to even get up there, so it's not
Exactly.
even worth it. Um, but as far as helping you navigate, like travel across the map, I use my Medivac more often as a defensive thing rather than an
Mm-hmm.
offensive thing. More for myself than my team. Not that I'm that selfish where I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
nobody else gets to use it. But if we aren't using it to communicate on where to go, or I just need to use it for myself, then yeah, I'd use it as more of a defensive last resort
Mm-hmm.
measure in terms of there's a lot of practical means to go about it. But I'm gonna bring this back to you if you have any other points you want to talk about before I go on a spiel on how I use Medivac.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I will leave. There's probably like the replenishment you can do with reinforcement. I will leave you to describe how that goes. That's one of my favorite strategies with Medivac. Let's see. One of my favorite things with Medivac is forcing a mercenary capture and then taking your team to the objective. Even if you're late, it's still
Mhm.
okay because of Medivac. Say objective spawns in 10 seconds. If you're on Battlefield of Eternity, it would be very foolish to start your Shaman camp because the objective
Right.
takes priority over the Shaman camp at that time frame. But you can bend
Sure.
the rules and force it and still arrive on time with a Medivac to, say, a faraway Immortal. Unless it's right next to you, then
Right.
there's no point. But it's the same
Mhm.
thing with other objectives. Any other map is going to have an objective that pops up, and then you can use Medivac to get into position. Ideally, you grab a mercenary camp, and then you go to the objective with your whole team, because it kind of requires your whole team to be together. And that's something I really, really dislike about the ability. If Morales gets into the ship, that means she's going to a location. She's going to a location, your team must follow, otherwise your Morales will die when she arrives on the spot. So
Yeah.
it peer pressures your team to go, and it sucks. Sometimes you want to leave behind one person to do
Yes.
the lane, and you can only pull that off if you have voice comps. Otherwise,
Right.
it's too hard to type it in chat. It's just something you have to
Yeah.
accept. What
Yeah.
else? What,
I like your point on that. The with Medivac, it's a lot easier to coordinate with. of communications versus relying on randoms that they think they can read your mind, or
Hmm.
you're hoping like, oh, this Medivac is just for me, or we need
Yeah.
everyone in so we get to this location. Uh, versus having comms so you can tell like I need to stay behind while
Hmm.
the two of us go defend
Yeah.
from boss or something.
Hmm. And it's important you avoid that miscommunication because the longer you wait in the medevac, the less payoff you get out of the ship altogether. Because if you're 8 seconds slow to firing your thrusters, what's the point of the medevac? You probably could have gone to wherever you wanted to go with your mount, which is
Sure.
yeah. But if your whole team sees the obvious line that hey, we won the objective or we won some team fight, and then you just started the medevac to the boss, that's very good because your whole team is already in the ship before the delay that prevents you from going activates, and that's so good.
Yeah.
I'll let you take the floor.
uh, oh, okay. Oh, great. No pressure. Um,
All the pressure.
before I even talk about how I use it and whatnot, medevac for starters, when you cast it, the enemy team will know you're using it. It'll
True.
be a global presence. Um, it'll say in the chat, and it won't tell you where you're landing. That little icon where the beacon of your medevac won't be
Hmm.
shown to the enemy side. It's just for your team's sake that they can see the point B or whatever. Same thing goes with reinforcements. Anytime if you were to use it, you would want to put it away from the center of the
Hmm.
fight, little bit behind, maybe in a bush
Hmm.
or like
Very true. Bushes
a couple
especially are
steps
great
back.
landing spots.
Yes, just because if you put them dead on, they're
Yeah.
like it's like spoon feeding someone. Like here's
Yeah.
my teammate, kill him. Um,
Uh,
especially when it comes to like bosses, capturing camp, you don't want to put it on the actual camp because it might backfire. Because
mhm.
sometimes when you do call someone to aid you, sometimes you might even fall back. Like, oh shit, they're pushing us back, we're falling back. But
Yeah.
now when you already call reinforcement, now they're in the front and everyone else is in the back, and it's like a bunch of piranhas eating them alive.
Big time.
Um, as far as determining when to use medevac, at least my like own rubric, it's not that I won't go stim or never go stim.
Hmm.
Some instances where I'm like I don't even see the practicality or myself using medevac often on this Z situation, such as maps like Tomb of the Spider Queen, where the map is already too small,
Yeah.
and especially with the new map that came out, the
Haunted
Skull
Mines.
Mines.
Hmm.
Yes, Haunted Mines. I've only played that like a couple of times, but
Hmm.
regardless, um, maps like Spider Queen, I rarely see myself picking medevac just
Hmm.
because travel time alone isn't worth it, other than being it as a uh, personal thing to get out of sticky situations. Characters, enemy characters that have predictable ults, such as Pyroblast from KT, Lacerates from
Hmm.
Malthael, those characters are more of incentive for me to even lean towards to picking medevac.
Hmm. True.
Uh, and that is the logical, practical explanation on when to pick one ult versus the other. And sometimes there's just me where I just pick it just because I want to, because I
Hmm.
feel like I want a medevac. I don't even want to bother
Yeah.
stimming. I don't care if we have a Val or a Hanzo on our team. I want to go medevac. You
Hmm.
know.
Yeah.
um, but as far as how I use medevac, besides transportation from long distances, I use it as a get out of jail free card because you'd be surprised on how well medevac can do it. I like to tell myself that using it as like a last resort's Hail Mary type situation will
Hmm.
save you about 60% of the time. That 40% of the
Oof.
time, you're gonna die. You're gonna
Yeah.
die for sure. It depends on how you're using and playing it, of course. Um, so,
Hmm.
for example, yeah, when you use medevac, there is a small frame of the vulnerability. Just like when Alexstrasza uses like transform to a dragon,
Hmm.
there's a frame where no damages can be
True.
given to her. Um, so if you time that well with a pyroblast, it won't damage anything.
Hmm.
Mouthfeel won't damage anything. Time loop
Hmm.
from Chromie, it will just negate it entirely.
True.
Um, and you'd be surprised of how many times people will actually not kill a medevac. Medevac has a weird duality in a way. There is one perspective where the moment you use medevac, everyone's going to focus on her. Where
Hmm.
you just, hey, she's trying to get away, break her ship up so she
Hmm.
doesn't get away,
Yeah.
kill her, and it does happen a lot where you just die because it was your last resort.
Hmm.
And other times, maybe this is a matter of ranking with like silver players or just people that may not know well enough, or they just have a bystander effect where you
Hmm.
know if you were to cast it, someone think, oh, she's gonna die anyway, someone's gonna take care of her and finish the job.
Yeah.
Well, too unfortunately, nobody did because her ship is still healthy.
Hmm.
All that poison damage is just fake damage, so that doesn't really help with medevac.
True.
So she's actually survived a lot longer in that ship than you would have thought of. So it's like two ends of the spectrum where, oh, she dies immediately because everyone's all that aggro's on her now, versus all the aggro got pulled away because someone would give the benefit that she's not gonna
Hmm.
die, or is gonna die, I should say, because um, her medevac in herself, it's I would tell to my friends and other players that medevac is more of a bunker. If you were to treat it as a bunker, more of a bunker for herself than for you.
Hmm.
If I see my teammate have a pyroblast chasing them, I'm not gonna get my medevac just so you can get in.
Hmm.
Besides, there's that invulnerability frame is just for Morales herself, anyways.
Hmm.
Because if that medevac uh, does land and the person gets in, that pyroblast is just gonna break the medevac. It's still impractical because there is so much of a rev time for medevac to even cast it, because there's a delay. There's a 1 second cast time for it to even show up, and then 3 seconds for you to be able to lift it off.
Hmm.
Like sometimes you might even hear my keyboard getting mashed
Yeah.
rapidly
you
because I'm like, get
actually
the fuck out of here.
you actually don't even need to mash the key. If you hold down the E button, it's going to go off as soon as it's available.
What? Okay. You know what? I shouldn't be surprised, even though it's like a common practice of mine to just rapidly mash buttons,
Yeah,
anyways.
for
But
everything else in the game, it works like that. It's just Medivac
yeah,
unload.
yeah.
The developers were gracious enough to give that functionality to it.
Yeah, it's like Lily's Q. You don't need a mash Q. You
Right?
just hold it down. Yeah,
Yes.
and um, sometimes I do forget about that being a thing. I mostly kind of just mash because it's in the heat of the moment. Um,
I hope you realize, like, this is a secret for me, but I never knew you could do that until, like, recently, like maybe a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And
oh my.
I've
Okay.
been individually pressing Lily cues and mouthfeel cues.
I see. I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Well, hey, there's
tough.
no shame.
So hey,
Everyone learns at
this
different
is my way of
timing.
paying it back, okay?
So, um, a good comparison I like to treat Medivac's usage is, if you ever play Dota 2, have you by
Hmm.
any chance?
Yes.
There's a character Phoenix
Underload?
who is no the literal ult of Phoenix, the Firebird, and
Supernova. Yeah, yeah.
yes, Supernova. Yes, she goes and converts into an egg, and if you don't kill her within that time, she returns at full health.
True.
Same mechanic with Medivac. It is a last resort. It's not used offensively in that regard. Um, it is as a second chance of Morales to live on, because let's say if through her personal armor, her self healing, that she's about to die. Maybe you're getting ganked, or you got picked off. Whatever the case may be, is that you're about to die and your team isn't there to help you.
Hmm.
You can use it as a get out of jail free card
Yeah.
to stall or just simply get yourself out. You can even click on the mini map itself to figure out where you want to go. Even though most of the time I panic a lot, and I would just click it like 5 feet
Hmm.
away from where my
Hey,
monitor
so
can
long as
bring
you're
me
in it,
to.
yeah.
Yeah, as long as I'm in it and I'm bringing it anywhere else, that's all that matters. Um,
Hmm.
there are some rare instances where even though you're in your medevac, after you leave safety, you can still die, depending on
Yeah.
how low of a health you are. Plus, like a prime example, KT and his living bomb. If he puts a
Hmm.
living bomb on you just before you left, the moment you put your feet on the ground, you're gonna die, because that thing is gonna blow up afterwards. Um, and with Medivac, when it does get destroyed, whether you are in it or your teammates are in it, there is a 0.5 second stun for everyone in the ship
True.
when it is destroyed, which is a little drawback, but it comes with the territory, I guess. but
Yeah. Good way of putting it.
uh, yeah. Do you have any of those you want to input before I keep going on about the
Yeah.
Medivac?
So generally speaking, the medevac does act like a pseudo bunker, you know, in that sometimes you might intentionally drop the medevac just to use it as a way to unload some effects, but you're not actually going anywhere. You're letting the medevac get destroyed for the trade-off that you remove some effects, because when you enter it, you enter a form of stasis. This removes
Mhm.
all forms of crowd control, all forms of poison, damage over time. If your Kael'thas bombed and you enter, the bomb is gone when you leave. Unless the medevac
Right.
gets the bomb, then I'm not sure how the interaction goes, but it's possible that it spreads onto you as you're exiting. Um,
Oh yes, yeah.
if you're a great example is the Chromie loop. Morales can't do anything about that, but if she drops the medevac and somebody enters, the loop is no longer an issue because you're inside the medevac, which is very effective.
Right.
Um, Personally, me using medevac to get away more has like a 40% survival rate rather than your higher amount.
Yes.
I think I
Sure.
think
Maybe I'm giving too much credit.
it might be due to the yellow of the opponents that I fight. Like if I fight like players that know what they're doing, the medevac is going to go down. And if Morales is
Right.
already getting focused fire, they're going to destroy it as soon as they can. And there's usually no freebies with that one. You're out. One
No, I
thing I
get it.
really dislike is now I might trigger you. I might trigger
Mm-hmm.
some Morales players that only pick medevac for the purposes of using it as a bunker. But I think medevac you should not enter the medevac automatically when you drop it. But the casting time for it is reduced. I think they intentionally made it kind of longish because they know Morales automatically enters it and becomes protected so long as she completes the 1 second windup. I feel
Right.
like if you shorten that, but Morales does not automatically enter, I think this would make for a much more interesting ultimate. Because sometimes
Oh.
you want to like set up an evac chopper before the enemy team arrives, but it's very awkward when
Mm-hmm.
you enter it before they actually show up because you can't heal your team, you can't give them armor. Sometimes you might make a
Right.
decision to stay, but if you casted the medevac to get away and your teammate gets caught, there's nothing you can do except watch them hopefully get to the chopper.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if you
Right.
separate it in that Morales is outside of it will be a better ability in that you can delegate the ship. You can actually just send whoever you want, just one person, without sending Morales. You can prepare it ahead of time, do objective, then jump in the ship, or do a camp and nobody accidentally leaves it on the ground as we leave, or we have like a
Mm-hmm.
backwards escape plan. So if we're not happy with what we're doing, we can jump into the ship and get away. Thoughts?
Yeah, that is a unique take, I would say.
But it definitely comes at the cost that you don't get that half second of invulnerability as it lands, and you still need a channel to get back into it. So it comes at the drawback in that your odds of using it as a bunker kind of goes out the window, but you can still use it. You just need to use it ahead of time, rather.
Yeah, that I do. I will say I do like what you said about the depending on the skill rating, because depending on who you play against, most of the time they won't even allow you to do it, go it
Mm,
your way, because that isn't how it is most of the time. It's
mm,
just that things are less punishing in the ranking, and you're allowed to get away with a lot of crazy things that you should have gotten away with.
mm,
Um, but as far as the whole timing situation, maybe it's like muscle memory of doing
Hmm.
it so many times, but
Yeah.
it's just it allows you to. Uh, I don't know. I just like to give myself a second chance, especially when I know I'm about to die because there's no amount of healing or
Hmm.
armor that's it's
Yep.
it can
Absolutely.
fix it,
It's
and I see my health dwindling, and I'm at
mhm.
20%. I'm about to die. It's a hail mary.
Yeah. I think like you have the muscle memory down better than I do because technically compared to you, my Morales games is actually kind of limited. You have 10 times the games I do on Morales. So that just gets ingrained with you in you and you know what to expect and how soon you need to press it for like every composition.
Right. Um,
Though I
as
definitely use
far as go ahead. Go
uh
ahead. Sorry.
I
Sorry.
definitely I'm sorry about that. I definitely use Medivac more as a macro. I have more like an offlaner brain that I play Ragnaros, I play Lunara, I play these heroes in the side lane, so I'm thinking about the map constantly. And because of this,
Sure.
as Morales, I use Medivac to kind of force situations advantageous to us using macro play, and that's how I use it
Mhm.
primarily. And obviously, that's half of why you use Medivac. The other quarter is you using it defensively. Hopefully, you get your team out of a sticky bind, or you get yourself out of a sticky bind. And then there's the
Mhm.
last quarter, which is reinforcements, and that's a whole Hail Mary. I think, well, I don't know.
Well,
Reinforcements is really good, in my opinion, almost as good as baseline Medivac. More on that in just a second, if you wanted to finish your thoughts.
oh, I was gonna ask, what do you mean by reinforcements being a hail mary?
Uh, Maybe I came off as wrong. I didn't intend the reinforcements acting as the Hail Mary. I intended more so that the. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, maybe. I
Because
think it's something.
they're two
It
separate
was.
ults, but they share the same.
It was over the fact that with reinforcements, you can kind of force a fight at 4v5 and then you bring down your reinforcing ally, like what you
Right.
described earlier. But another thing is,
Right.
there's an advanced strategy you can do. You can have your teammate on the other side of the map soaking for level 20, and then you force a fight around level 19.5. This happened on Volskaya Foundry actually. We had a Genji go top lane, and I told him to go top lane to get us 20. And then when he got 20, I told him to recall home and then jump into the
Mhm.
reinforcing medevac. He'll be on time to the fight. And so we're middle of the fight. He gets
Mhm.
us 20. He recalls. He's immediately in here. And that's really
Right.
cool. Like you got an XP advantage through the force of medevac, and he arrives full health, full mana, ready to go with a level 20. That is really cool. Sometimes you can pull
Yeah.
off
No.
Hail Mary strategies with it. And also another thing, there's a crucial distinction. Medevac baseline has a range of 100 from your position to anywhere else, but reinforcements does not have a range limiter. So
Correct.
you could go all the way to the enemy core or nearby. You don't want to enter the base because they have vision of it and they're going to recall. But if you're right outside the base, you can call reinforcements, and your team from Fountain can jump in that medevac and go to the enemy core.
True.
And that's the Hail Mary.
Yeah, no, there are instances where from we literally transported someone from our core to their core because we're already at their core
Hmm.
to help change the tides, which is
Yes.
it is a it's strategic, of course, and I like what you shared with the. I don't think I have done it in that manner before regarding telling your team to get the XP and meet you back at base
Hmm.
so you can bring them closer
Yeah.
to where you're
I'll
at.
send you a clip. I think
Um,
I know which replay it is. Hmm.
Um, but oftentimes, uh, our team's already communicating on how they're getting the XP to begin with, and if I did need to bring them uh, back, I would probably harf and take them myself if there weren't any issues with them harfing
Hmm.
back to begin with. Um, but regarding medevac alone, at least how because I use it more defensively for my own
Hmm.
protection
Hmm.
versus, of course, and my team's protection because
Oh yeah.
Medivac can help your team get a sticky binding, especially when you need to fall back or you can see the team rotating You
Mm-hmm.
like they're missing and they're gonna be inbound on our location.
Mm-hmm.
You just do
And you
it
can
preemptively.
scoot to the other side of the map easily.
Easily, yeah. You can even split lanes in that way. Like Towers of Doom, you get one
Mm-hmm.
lane, and then you can move to another lane to get the two, three cap them, or
Exactly.
wherever the case may be. Um, but I did have here where I said that it's more of a personal bunker rather than a team bunker
Mm-hmm.
because I can't use it just for the team because the comparison with Blaze's bunker is that Blaze has at level 10 about 2100 health.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you more importantly, you get to call it practically immediately. You just press it and the bunker comes down.
Yep.
Versus that 1 second wind up, plus a 3 second to fly away. Because Medivac
Mm-hmm.
at level 10 only spawns with 1400 health,
Yeah, I think so.
and
Mm-hmm.
that's only a third less than Blaze's
Mm-hmm.
bunker.
It's true.
Um, and enemies can also hear your the buzzer of the Medivac.
Mm-hmm.
So if they don't see a Medivac happening, they can hear it. And
Mm-hmm.
as
Sometimes,
far as go
one
ahead,
thing to
sorry.
add to that, sometimes I called reinforcements for nothing, just so I can keep my enemies on their toes because
Oh
it
yeah,
still announces it, and even if the bus is empty, it doesn't matter. Sometimes they get
so
scared if
like
I use medevac several times to good effect in the game.
yeah, you just throw them off. They're like nobody
Yeah,
came out.
exactly.
uh, with with Medivac, I of course, other than using when I'm about to die, I don't know if I am being a broken record whether I spoke this before, but of course, other than Pyroblast and Last Rites, just predictable ults that you can get yourself out of the biting. Obviously, I would not use Medivac for myself to get out of a situation when I'm at full health
Hmm.
because I'm more valuable to the team using all my
Absolutely.
resources with as much health as I have. It's only down when I'm about to die I'm gonna use
Yeah,
it as a last word. Um,
it's really
but
tough
uh,
when you have to use medevac defensively, and it takes you out of the fight. You can no longer participate in it. It sucks.
it does suck, especially when you're watching your team dying
Hmm.
and then they see you in a medevac being uncomfortable. You're like, I
Yeah.
was about to die. I'm literally stalling myself some time.
Mm.
It's not a good look. Maybe if they think, oh, you're more valuable to us at the end of your health,
Hmm.
like using everything to last drop,
Hmm.
perhaps. Um, but it it does influence on how and when I pick it. Besides the point of me wanting to pick it out of just pure fun,
Hmm.
if the enemy team has like Rocket Ride, Triple Tap, Frost Blast
Hmm.
from KTZ,
Yeah.
just things that are typically does have a wind up,
Hmm.
and you would also be surprised that you can live for a long time against Nazebo and Lunara's fake damage,
Hmm.
than if you hadn't, if the armor wasn't enough. But with with Medivac, it's just it allows you to just use it as a attention grabber if you
Hmm.
in a way because sometimes you don't want your own teammates to get into it. You're like, please don't get into it because if you get into it, then we're both gonna die. Versus,
Yeah.
it's gonna be on me alone. You know, so communication is very vital when you do use medevac with your team. With Stim, you can just click click on
Hmm.
them and there's nothing to communicate about.
Hmm.
So there's a lot more steps, a lot more hurdles to think about when using medevac. It's a little more
Yeah.
complicated depending on how you use it. Um, besides being a selfish use as a personal bunker, absolutely, it's so I enjoy zipping around
Hmm.
um, across the map to help my team when I just came out of spawn,
Yeah.
or they just respawn and you're like, hey, come back in the fight,
Yep.
no need of time walking.
Big time. I think that's one of the big things that I really like about medevac is the reinforcements angle, where you can accelerate the team. In certain maps, what you could ask the team to do is you can ask them, hey, everybody recall back to base, get your health, get your mana. Morale stays on the field, and she can, as your team is standing still, heartstoning, You can choose
Mhm.
where to drop them off, and wherever it is, you just got your team fully refreshed. You're at full energy. You
Yeah.
didn't spend any of that energy, and you're ready to fight. So
Mhm.
you can do whatever. Tell the team to go back. You drop them off at some place that you want them to do, like a boss, for example, or a mercenary camp, or a fort, and then you proceed from there. Or you get them ready for objective ahead of time, and you feel like whatever it is you just did drained a lot of resources.
Yeah. And there's a handful of times where I tell my own teammate, to go hard to restore mana because
Hmm.
they expended all their mana. I was like,
Yeah.
I'll just bring you back. You're good.
Hmm.
Um, and one small comment, not that it's vital, but some people are surprised when they do see it happen. Is that you can't pick your talents in the Medivac because they
Oh,
treat
really?
you like you're out of the game. Yeah. So
Hmm.
they get in a Medivac, they're like, why can't I pick my talents?
I didn't know that. Dang. Oh boy.
um, I
Mm,
think as far as Medivac alone, that I think I said what I wanted to say because there's there's a lot that I do enjoy of it. It it can go it's a little controversial in terms of like your teammates like why the hell did you pick Medivac over Stim
yeah,
or
that's you gotta be ready for that.
or why are you using Medivac now like you're
Hmm.
why are you flying away from us where you need you here like no that's I need this to save myself or to get out of this situation or to do whatever to help aid you in that moment because everything else won't fix that problem other
Hmm.
than this right now.
Yeah. Oof. Man,
Also, thanks for talking
there's.
about Medivac.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about Medivac for maybe the last 45 minutes.
Have
But
we now? Oh my
this
goodness.
this was what we were looking forward to because this is honestly the only ability out of Morales that takes legitimate thought, and it turns Morales from a brain dead hero into actually immensely complicated in terms of team logistics when you pick up a Medivac. So
Hmm.
there's so much theory and experience to be had with it. It's hard to condense it into the talents overexplained. It really deserves its own video. But yeah, there is so many possibilities you can pull out with Medivac dropships. And yeah, if anything, oh, we gotta talk about level 22. Oh man. Okay, I think we should move on.
Yeah, we should talk about talents if anything.
I think so. Okay, so Medivac is done. We go to level 1. There's a few options for Morales to earn energy generation on level 1. We have Caduceus feedback. Basic attacks restore 4 energy when you hit them. Yeah. Plus, it increases your attack range by 1.1, which is very handy. That's a 20% buff. I find Caduceus feedback to be a very good talent when there is a safe target to attack. Say, it's usually Stitches or some hero
Hmm.
like May or not Garros. Garros is kind of iffy.
No, I would
But
not.
there's a time and place where you can kind of make it safe in that you know they use their mobility, so there's no way they can get onto you. So you have to keep that in mind. But so long as there is a steady front line on the enemy team that they're not going to be super mobile, this means you have a way to siphon energy off of them. And so long as this is the case, Morales actually has very good upkeep with Caduceus feedback continuously active. You're only spending 2 energy per second, which
Mhm.
triples the amount of energy you have for the fight, which is very, very good. Plus, you're outputting damage with your right clicks, and they're relatively decent as well. Just don't over prioritize them to the fact that you're missing out on healing for your team or your positioning. Don't sacrifice that. And the attack range boost is also very important. It keeps you at good range from the enemy team, so that you don't accidentally walk up. Sometimes you want to deal damage, but it's dangerous to do so. Caduceus makes it a little bit easier. So it's got offensive potential. Plus, yeah, it's the best for a sustained fight where it's safe and you need just more numbers. It's a better talent in that regard. Thoughts?
With Caduceus, yes. For a long time, especially I want to say the first year or two of
Mm-hmm.
maining Morales, Caduceus was my number one go to
Mm-hmm.
before life support. Um, just because I found the idea that you're getting a constant renewable source of energy in combat while you're healing someone, which is very strong. The only drawback is that you need to constantly be attacking someone, and especially, um, again, my philosophy has changed in terms of when you need to pick it and who's it good against. Like you said, it's characters that are just like meatballs, like
Mhm.
Stitches, Diablo, anyone that is melee oriented or safe to hit that won't be a detriment to you if you were to
Mhm.
get close, um,
Or you're
like
already in range because they have so much mobility.
yeah, especially when you're like front to back in a way where your
Mhm.
tank is already leading the front and you're just shooting a little pea shooter
Mhm.
to get energy every time, and it's going to be a little preemptive here, but it does synergize with the level 16 with first responder,
Mhm.
which is a talent that I often go because you're constantly getting a new you're getting a source of energy in combat
Mhm.
and you're holding within that 60
Exactly.
energy
Mhm.
and you're getting more value had you weren't versus regaining energy out of combat. However, while that has been my playstyle since then, now even before I have been relying 90% of the time on life support, just
Mhm.
because I think it's a lot more stress free, more practical, um, and less dangerous in a way because
Absolutely.
you wouldn't be in combat as often because you're within arm's range of your range auto attack range.
Mhm. I do agree with you. I think Odysseus, I still hold on to the belief that Odysseus is still the best talent at level 1, but it comes with a
Mhm.
very big risk attached to it. If the risk is too great,
Yes,
you cannot pick it, and therefore you have to move into something safer like life support or clear. 90% of the time, if you have to pick a second choice, it would be life support. I am not a very big fan of clear, but yeah.
me neither.
We might,
I,
yeah, that's basically all I had to say about Caduceus feedback. Just don't pick it into an enemy team with a lot of engagements because you're just going to get yourself killed whenever you step up to attack. But as you get better at the
yeah,
game, you're going to recognize situations where it is safe to step up, even if the enemy heroes are dangerous, quote unquote, because you recognize when they use their abilities on your other teammates, and you see a window of opportunity to go in. But when the enemy team also gets better, higher in skill, it once again gets more dangerous because you tend to fight heroes that have lots of initiation at high elo. That's the name of the game. It's Dehaka, it's Hanzo arrows, it's Diablo, etc.
mhm.
doing whatever he wants to do. There's always lots of engagements in high elo, and Caduceus feedback gets
Yeah,
very dangerous because at some point the talent turns off. It's no longer safe to
yeah,
use in the late game, and that's a big problem.
absolutely. Yeah, with characters like Garrosh in ETC, you don't want to be within auto attack range
Mm-hmm.
because they can just turn around and just slide or throw you, and you just want to hang in the back like majority of the time.
Yeah.
Um, as far as other synergies, of course, this, bedside manners for 13 synergizes
Mm-hmm.
really well. Because it might not look like much, but Morales can do a good amount of hero damage, especially when it's
Sure
low
it does.
percentile.
Yeah.
And that poor Cho'Gall or Stitches is won't know what hit him. I guess
Yeah.
it's just
The attack
um,
range helps a lot in proccing those, but we'll get on to bedside manners a little bit later. Just
yes.
do notes that Kadisi's feedback. Yeah, actually, no, I don't have anything more to say about it.
I don't have anything
Continue.
other to say other than it's just because I never pick clear personally. I once in a blue moon I might go grenade build, but it's
Hmm.
it's just not my play style.
Yeah.
And I only got two options left, and the philosophy boils down to: do you see yourself regaining energy within combat often, or do you see yourself regaining
Hmm.
energy outside of combat more often? And
Exactly.
it's just two ends of the spectrum, two sides of a coin. But I see myself getting more benefit from outside of combat than inside of combat,
Hmm.
depending on the enemy composition, of course. But most of the time, I will just stick with life support.
Hmm. That is absolutely on the nose. That's the crux of the question. Is it in combat or is it out of combat? Uh, Typically, the thing is, I have very good energy management out of combat, so I rarely need the assistance of life support. But there are games where you really are not allowed to enter combat as Morales, but your team is still taking damage from some unknown source. Could be a Lunara poison, could be Kael'thas doing his thing. AoE damage, especially, is a big problem for Morales to deal with. And life support comes in; it helps more with that. And I guess it's now the time to talk about it. What life support does is it's passive. First off, you gain 10 more maximum energy, so you now have 110. Booyah. Next, if when you stop healing, after the 2 seconds are over and you start regenerating energy, in those first 2 seconds that you start replenishing, or the first 4 pulses of energy regeneration, you gain twice as much energy. And that is very important because this
Mhm.
allows Morales to toggle heal very effectively. Your teammate gets a little bit damaged, not a problem. You heal them up and then you stop, you're back to full very easily. And even in
Mhm.
circumstances where you're in the middle of combat, there will be windows of opportunity where the pressure is kind of lower than average, and then you can let life support rip a little bit, and then you got just a surge of energy, and then you can start healing once again as soon as you're done with those 2 seconds. I think the optimal ratio is 4 seconds of healing and 2 seconds of not healing, and yeah, it's 2 seconds no heal, and then 2 seconds waiting, which matches
Okay.
the amount of healing you get perfectly. But yeah, that is life support. It is unconditional. You don't need to do anything. You just need less time in
Stop healing.
combat. Yeah, and you get the energy back, which is pretty handy in a lot of situations.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that it does increase your maximum energy by 10, which benefit other things. You just
Mhm.
have what 2.5 more ticks of extra healing because you're
Yeah.
burning four per second. Um, and besides that, you're just regaining a lot of bursts of heal with that 2 second time frame. It's like Li Ming's level 1 where she's below like 30 or something. She gets like extra mana
Hmm.
regen. Same principle. It's just that you need to stop healing after a while because
Yeah.
you never want to go down to zero unless you're really running dry and using all of it, or
Hmm.
if you're just managing it back and forth on times where you don't need to heal. Might as well just heal, let it
Hmm.
restore back to full, then continue.
Hmm. Yeah, from the way that Morales is designed and that she doesn't get energy back until she stops healing, it's more efficient to you run it completely dry. But that's usually a terrible idea, and then you get punished for it very frequently in fights. Life support gives you a viable option in toggling it, and whenever you do stop, it gives you back more, and this is quite important. It actually makes that strategy viable.
I don't have anything for clear. Do you have anything for clear?
I will say, Protestless is a grenade lover, and he almost always picks
Of course
clear.
he is.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that he even makes it work, frankly. I think it's just a Stukov brain speaking to him that he needs to CC enemies at all costs.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, if you can make it work, you can make it work. That's all that matters.
True. Grenade is actually not a bad ability, and Clear actually makes it a lot better. The problem is, it's not really something Lieutenant Morales wants to do. Plus, this puts a big
No.
timer on you. With Caduceus feedback,
Yeah.
you can potentially triple your energy with it, which is great. And life support, on average, gives you 50% more energy, and more importantly, keeps you almost always topped off out of combat. Caduceus feedback, it does nothing out of combat, and then when you're stitching people up, you're going to enter fights at half energy, and sometimes that is a problem. But life support always keeps you at full because of the way it's designed. Clear
Right.
is it's like this is feedback, but like bootleg version. It's crazy. It's you you only restore 3 energy when you hit enemy heroes with grenades, and if you hit multiple enemy heroes, I don't know, something. You're probably doing your team a big disservice by doing that. So getting maximum value
Sure.
out of clear is probably linked to some situation in which you're nerfing their damage output by spreading them out, which is not a good thing.
Mhm.
So it effectively gives you no energy back, which is a big problem. That is the whole purpose of her level 1s, give her more energy so she can sustain herself in the field. But the other effects associated with it are not bad, in that you get a cooldown reduction if you hit 15 heroes. It's a quest, by the way. You always get the energy back whenever you hit enemy heroes, but you start to progress the quest up to 30 points. At
Mhm.
the halfway milestone, you get a 3-second reduction, 25% better. Nice. That's pretty nice. In my opinion, Grenade gets like 2 good uses out of a fight. With Clear, you could probably squeeze 3 in. And they're going to be good value grenades because at the keystone, at 30, you increase the area by 25% when it detonates, which also means you push them further, which is pretty nice. Yeah, if for some reason you want to go grenade build, you can go this. If grenade is going to have a lot of value this game, like you're interrupting channels, you got good synergy, like things on the ground, like say a Mei. A Mei would be a
Sure.
great opportunity to pick up clear because you want the cooldown reduction
Yeah.
and the increased pushback distance will help significantly in pushing somebody back into the blizzard. But aside from that, you need circles on the ground. You need enemies that channel abilities for you to want the benefits that come out of clear. That's all I
Yeah.
have to say.
I don't have much to say about Clear other than I rarely ever run it because the idea of me displacing my team's intentions can
Mm,
can
it's gonna lose
strain
you the game.
relationships.
Right, that's
Yeah, that's sure. But yeah, you can strain your relationship with them. Like,
yeah.
oh man, like when you stop grenading them, it's like when
Well,
you
good quest progress
EDC.
to make, okay? You don't blame me.
Yeah, sure. That extra damage isn't worth it. The energy you get
No.
it from hitting them feels
Mm,
insignificant
yeah.
for
I
it.
think,
The only value I can see is the extra detonation range, but that's about it.
yeah, the area is great. The problem is to clear, like, half the quest is nothing because at level 20 there's a talent that reduces the cooldown to 2 seconds. And thus this
Uh-huh.
refund you get out of it does nothing, which is very troublesome. With that, that level 1 is basically done. I've got no more to say. Caduceus in
Neither.
combat, safe. Life support out of combat or mid combat, but you'd prefer more energy starting it. So it's better into poke and AoE as well.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Should we talk
Level
about level
4.
4?
Mm-hmm. Cellular Reactor. Cellular Reactor is a bonus ability that's put onto your hotbar, your number 1 spot. It has a 20-second cooldown. You consume 30% of your energy to heal Morales for 30% of your maximum health over 3 seconds. Furthermore, your trait, the one that gives you natural healing when you are channeling your Q, is disabled, so you don't double dip here. Furthermore, there's a passive effect associated with it, in that when you put down your W on the target, it's going to generate you 2 energy whenever they take any source of damage. So almost always, like if you're putting armor onto somebody, they're going to get hit, and this could be something as frivolous as a minion hit. It's enough to trigger that
Mm-hmm.
energy backflow. So this on average gives you 10 bonus energy for Morales to play with, which is great. And whenever you want to, you can just stitch yourself up with a very efficient bandage. The healing that you get out of this is very good. 30 energy for 30% of maximum health is not as good as you can put it. Like there's some here on squishy heroes, it is about that ratio. I think it's 40% ratio, like 40% health for 30 energy. But against tanks, it's like a 20 or 15% heal for 30 energy. But for Morales, you get a crisp 30%. And furthermore, the energy you spend on this, it does not interrupt your recovery rate. Whereas you need to channel a long duration, and after you're done with all that, you need to recover the energy. You need to wait for it to start replenishing. That's a big problem. Cellular Reactor
Mm-hmm.
does not stop the energy refresh. So you activate it. 5 seconds later, you're going to get all your energy back, and you just healed 30% of your health. No problem. Very good talent. I am a big fan of Cellular Reactor, but I don't always pick it up. There is some reasons for that, but it is a great stat booster. If you are doing well as Morales, the core function of what she is already doing, this is the talent to go to. Hooley, what's your thoughts?
It is a good talent. Don't get me wrong, but for me, I haven't seen myself falling in these circumstances to where I'm like, oh, I wish I had an extra burst of heal
Yeah.
when uh I for my playstyle, I would want to save as much energy as I can for my
Hmm.
teammates versus than
Yeah.
myself. I can figure out other ways to take care of that, which
Hmm.
would be trauma trigger. But regardless of that, I don't know. I haven't had too much time with Stellar Reactor. I thought it was mixed. I think the whole you get a little bit of energy back is fine. It's good. But as far as using my own energy, expending it for my own heal,
Hmm.
it I wouldn't see myself choosing to heal myself in combat versus out of combat. Um, because with Trauma Trigger, I feel like
Hmm.
that armor alone, I know I'm jumping a little bit, but that armor
Hmm.
alone kind of has more value than that self heal
Mm.
from Cellular Reactor.
Yeah. I will say it feels very bad to heal your team, and then you make the decision that hey, now it's the time to press cellular reactor. It nukes your energy very hard, and although you keep yourself a little healthier, I tend to find
Mm-hmm.
that this is a bad trade-off when you're in the middle combat because you need to direct all healing to your teammates. And besides,
Right.
you would have your trait active. Meanwhile, this would have been 10% healing. Now you spent all of it for 30%. That's only a 20% net gain. But you sacrifice so
Mm-hmm.
much healing for your teammates. There's 30 energy down the drain that's not going to your team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's. I think it's a better talent than
I,
you make of it, but it needs to be a game that's very safe for morales. If you are pressured and that you're forced to activate it mid combat, it's a disastrous situation. And something like Trauma Trigger is significantly better in that regards that it's a mid combat type talent. Cellular Reactor is just
mm-hmm.
all rounder. Maybe it's not as strong as Trigger, but it's more flexible in that it has more use cases and you can take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Plus, we play Medivac, so out of combat
Yeah.
sustain is not an issue to begin with. So that's another thing going
Yeah.
against it.
Yeah. Because with Cellular Reactor, of course, I can spend my own energy to heal myself, but I I just figure there's like a lot of other ways to self heal. There are other
Hmm.
talents to healing. There if they're healing like well, actually you can't even heal yourself through it while it's disabled. It's just I'd
That's true.
rather
That's true.
get yeah I'd rather just get energy or health back from like just healing a teammate or healing a minion if I'm in a safe distance. Like you know my energy will be used just for heals when I already have another renewable way to get it.
Hmm.
Because healing something that's full health already just keeps the energy as is, while I just heal myself over time versus that 3 second burst.
Hmm. Yeah. I will say that thing you mentioned about stunning, that's actually a very good point. Although it wasn't what you were getting at, it did unlock a memory for me in that cellular reactor is the only way you can recover health whilst you are disabled. Plus, if you have safeguard on you beforehand because you're anticipating the stun and you got the cellular reactor off, that actually gives you more total self healing than what trauma trigger would give in an extremely fast burst damage sequence because the duration of safeguard has not yet elapsed where trauma trigger would
Mhm.
activate. But yeah, that's one bonus for Solar Reactor. It's mostly there in that you don't need to commit to it, and so long as you don't, you're
Right.
getting free energy out of its passive. And when you do need
Mhm.
to commit to it, that's when it's an emergency situation. It'll be better having trigger, but at the same time, it gives you a very efficient way of patching yourself up against enemy poke. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's more of a if Morale's game is so far decent, it's good.
Yeah. It's not a bad talent at all. It's
Hmm.
just a matter of playstyle. And
I'd say so too. How about I let you take the floor when it comes to Trauma Trigger? I'm just gonna quickly read it down. Trauma Trigger is a dual passive trait, which is kind of funny. I don't know if there's any talents that do that, but there's two parts to this. One, if you take damage below 40% health, you will gain 40 armor for 3 seconds. So it's like you have a free safeguard that's ready to go for yourself if you take too much damage.
Mhm.
Furthermore, this effect has a 30-second cooldown and activates automatically. Furthermore, your healing from your trait is doubled permanently for the rest of the
Mhm.
game, which is really good. And the difference between 2% healing and 4% healing is massive. You're literally halving
Right.
the amount of time you need to heal that much, which is so, so vital. And that, on top of the armor you're already getting from Trauma Trigger, makes Morales a very effective backline tank. 4% of your health is like a plasma shield from Tassadar, and you feel it all the time. It's really good.
Mhm.
Hooley, please take the floor here.
With Trauma Trigger, this being my go-to for level 4, um, it has saved my life so many ways, so many
Mm-hmm.
times that there's no way I just the value of the armor itself
Mm-hmm.
saving your life versus that self heal. I personally think this is more valuable than cellular reactor. With that 40%, people might think, oh, why is your health going out at 40% to begin with? Well, because the team wants to focus on you. They're literally going to throw
Mm-hmm.
everything. They're going to charge. They're going to judgment. They're
Yeah.
going to fly to you. Um, and even in certain instances where, let's say if you are stun locked by a gust by Falstad, um, that armor will still go through
Mm-hmm.
for that 3 seconds
Totally.
versus you have to like have that self heal because you can't even heal anything else anyways. And 30 seconds, it's a good amount of durations. I think there's other talents I can't think the name of that has that similar property of you get armor every few seconds, but maybe like one of Taika's armors or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um,
Great point.
uh,
Tychus is 3 seconds. Kerosene gets a very strong 75 physical armor, I think, for 3 seconds.
right. Yeah, 40 armor is a big deal, especially for those 3 seconds when everything is coming towards at you. It I don't want to sound like a testimony here, but it just has saved me countless of times just because that extra 40 armor is the last thing that most people may not expect when they're
Yeah.
bringing your health down to 0, making you harder to kill. Plus, if you're healing someone else, you're healing for 4% instead of
Mm-hmm.
2. Um, and the only drawback is that it won't work with your safeguard because 40
Mm-hmm.
will trump your 35.
True.
Um, and that's mainly it. But that safeguard could be another instance of armor you can add to yourself afterwards, or to
Mm-hmm.
someone else that needs it,
Mm-hmm.
while you have your own personal, like last minute, like a protection
Mm-hmm.
safeguard that
Totally.
auto cast by itself.
Yeah. I will say 40% armor, although it sounds great, and it is, it's actually better than what's shown because 40% armor means you only take zero point 0.6 damage per point of damage. In mathematical
Hmm.
terms, if you have 1000 health, only taking zero point 0.6 damage at a time means you effectively have 66% more health than what you should. So you actually have 1666 health because of 40 armor. So it's actually
Yeah.
further than what you think it is. And the same thing with 35 armor going to 55 armor. The number getting bigger is really valuable because you're dividing by the number. If you have 100 armor, you take no damage by effect. If you have 50 armor, you're taking half damage. That's what 40 armor is. You're getting 66% more effective health against damage sources that do not pierce armor. So it's a big deal.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, and not only that, the healing you give yourself through this passive, it doubles again because again you have that armor on effect. So if somebody's trying to deal 200 damage to you, well, guess what? They only deal 120, and meanwhile you're healing not 40, but instead you're healing 80 health per second, and the
Mm.
damage suddenly becomes very tough for them to overcome. I totally agree with you in that there are so many instances in that Trauma Trigger saves my life as Morales, and you can do these very
Mhm.
audacious plays. The thing is with Morales, fundamentally, you will be going to the front lines sooner than you'd like, and in circumstances
Mhm.
you may not agree with, but it will happen. And when that happens, you're going to take damage. You're going to get focus fired every so often. Trauma Trigger is there to keep you on the front lines and hopefully not die. And this is why Morales is a backline tank. It's because of Trauma Trigger. Now,
Yeah.
it does suck that sometimes it overlaps with Safeguard and you completely waste it. But it
Mhm.
can be used in either case, in that you could front load yourself with a Safeguard. So the first volley of damage you take is all Safeguard, and then it wears off. And then Trauma Trigger activates. So that's 6 seconds of armor. Or trauma
Yeah.
trigger occurs and then safeguard comes after that. You know the gist. Maybe that goes. So just be a little bit disciplined when it comes to trauma trigger. Just keep that in the back of your mind on how your safeguard is going to be put on yourself. Don't waste it. Have it spread around if you can, or have it at its most effective point, which should be when you're already full health. There's no point giving armor to a 50 health target, but there's a lot of point if they have 4,000 health. So keep that in mind. And yeah, like the healing from this is not to be underestimated because it is continuous. And you
Mhm.
may be thinking, okay, I'm 20% health. What good is 4%? Well, it's really oppressive when you're 90% health and you're constantly refreshing 4% health. 4% health,
Mhm.
4% health. You are shrugging off poke naturally without having to do anything, without spending any
Yeah.
extra energy, which is so good. Thoughts?
Yeah. No. For your points, they're solid too because oftentimes I see myself not even drinking from the fountain often, just
Oh no, you
because.
don't.
Um, no, I personally don't drink often, just because if if I know I have a target nearby or minions passing by, sure, if my health is like low, like in their 30s or less,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'll drink a fountain, of course. But if it's like more than half, I can just rely. I can save
Mm-hmm.
that cooldown on my fountain to just self heal myself through a
Exactly.
minion or anything, and that 4% it just goes pretty fast. Um, and another difference with trauma is that it will automatically proc, of course. So even when you're stuck in the middle of a Stukov silence
Mm-hmm.
pool, it'll activate. Versus Cellular Reactor, you can't even cast it. You know
Mm-hmm.
it. But situation like that is situational, but it is one good point to look at.
Yes. In terms of use case scenarios, trauma trigger is the obvious choice when you're fighting against teams that are going to be focusing upon you. Usually against traditional comps where they don't have assassins, it's more like a front to back composition. Morales will rarely be in the crossfire, so trauma trigger is not as necessary. But if you're fighting against assassins that have easy reach into your backline, say it could be a Genji, it could be a Zeratul, it could be a Tracer, trauma trigger is absolutely what you need to survive. And there's also instances against hard engage like Tyrael Judgment or Diablo charges. The automatic armor does go a long way in keeping yourself alive.
I got nothing to say for Blast Shield because I don't play Grenade.
Yeah, I will say there is one use case scenario for it. Blast Shield, enemies hit by the grenade are slowed by half for 1 second. And plus, you get a little
Yeah,
shield whenever you hit enemy heroes, that stacks on top of your maximum health. But the shield is whatever. It's
yeah, that
because
slow is more valuable.
the slow is so much more valuable. Being able to reel somebody in and you slow them tremendously gives you a lot of kill pressure, especially at level 4. Morales is an early game bully, and if you use Blast Shield, like if you identify it being an early game based game that you need to win, Blast Shield gives you this is the only thing in tier that gives you offense. And the slow is nothing to scoff at. It matters a lot. And your team can very easily kill whoever it is you cripple. But
You
then
have any
again,
other points on these?
not really. Generally speaking, Blast Shield suffers from the fact that it scales poorly, just like the rest of LtMorales' kit. But
Yeah, yeah.
you need to make peace with the fact that you're not going to need the energy or the healing. Maybe they're completely unnecessary. In which case, like you're playing a 100% safe game, and you identify that energy generation should not be an issue, then Blast Shield is actually an okayish talent to take because what's the point of defense if you are not going to get jumped on? But Morales is always
Mhm.
going to get jumped on, so very frequently Trauma Trigger is usually the way to go. I would agree with Hooley. This is my primary pick most times, but I do keep a very close second eye on Cellular Reactor. I pick these two talents equally these days, even though I used to be a Caduceus feedback Trauma Trigger fanboy like all the way. Now I'm a little bit more
Yeah,
measured. Uh, but yeah, Blast Shield in the rare event that your team needs CC, like they literally have 0, and you feel like it's pretty safe to step up, then yeah, Blast Shield's pretty okay.
yeah.
Mhm. Level 7
Should
though.
we move? Yeah, 7.
Yes. This is a very interesting talent tier to talk about.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're going to be starting with the worst tier, which is physical therapy. Safeguard removes all slows from its target, and its cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds. Um, Looks good on paper. But then
It
you
does look
come
good
with
on
an,
paper.
and then something very bad is going to occur to you. You're going to realize that that slow you cured just came right back because you're not fighting. There are very few slows in the game that are one and done. Most slows are weak but frequent, like Arthas slows, Jaina slows, Phoenix Q. It could be a Lucio AoE. It could be I don't know what else. Lightning Breath from Diablo. There are so many instances where the slow is constantly reapplying that removing one instance of slow just immediately brings it back, and then you've accomplished nothing. If only this gave you like bonus effects by curing slows, or it makes you immune to slowing for 1 second, that would be a vastly better upgrade.
Yeah,
It would actually be
it's just
decent.
that one instance.
Yeah, it's the one instance is not what's important. If it was one instance of stun, oh my god, this would actually be a very hot
Oh
contender.
yeah,
But
hell
no,
yeah.
it's slowing, and slowing is the most
It's
common form of CC. So yeah.
it, it's funny you say that because I mean, for starters, I will say I don't go for this talent just for the slow cleanse.
Hmm.
Even I mean, there are reasons that are justifiable, such as like Jaina with stacking slows, and you just want
Hmm.
to cleanse all of that, or somebody with 90% slow for
Hmm.
one of the talents. I can't name which one,
I
but
think it's Rhaegar.
um, yes, yes, one of those, yes. But it's not. It's like the slow will dissipate so quickly
Hmm.
that it's the time for you to react to cast it. It's like half gone already, or is already
Hmm.
gone.
Yeah,
Um, the only valuable thing I take away from that talent is the CDR, the 3 seconds reduction.
totally.
Um, and the only time I go physical therapy is probably when I go for W build entirely for 16 and 20,
Yeah.
because 16 you get two instances, just like well, not just like pool, but your two charges of W will be on a both be on a 3 second cooldown
Hmm.
reduction. So you're
Exactly.
just getting W's a lot more common. So that's the only time I see myself going for physical therapy versus vanadium and medidrone, which gets so much more value.
Absolutely. I totally agree. The cooldown reduction is definitely the better part, the better half. It's just the fact that the slow is really underwhelming. The way it's implemented is not strong enough, and because of that, this talent is held back, even though it has the capacity of being really good. There is a use case against certain heroes that use slows as pick potential. This this line of roster is pretty limited, but there are a few. Nova Covert Ops, the one that gives her 65% slow on her W when she comes
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
stealth,
yeah.
that's a very big thing to take off. Another one is a
Mhm,
Stukov slow. If you purge the
mhm.
slow, you can't. Neither does it ramp up to 50% for the 3 seconds. Neither does
Right.
is he allowed to activate it for a 70% slow for the next. So that's 5 seconds of slow that you just purged.
Mhm.
Another one is Garrosh. Both slows from Decimate and his Q usually lead into a toss thereafter. By preventing the slow, you prevent him from tossing you to begin with. So that keeps you safe from dying. Another one is
Uh-huh.
Varian. Varian has lots of slows. His Q is 50% if he takes the quest. He also has a 75% slow through his charge. So he's a very good rundown character. By removing the slow from his Q, you prevent him from charging. Usually, if he doesn't take the speed banner, then you're really screwed. But yeah, those are the only heroes I consider physical therapy against. Maybe a Joanna Q that would subdue for yourself. That is pretty handy. But
Sure.
I think if Joanna goes into you, I think it's already a cooked game because she's very strong in Morales.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes. I mean, slow is a good CC, but it's just not one of those things that are like worthy for you to cleanse on the spot. At least
Hmm.
that's just my take. Because I'd rather have an ability to cleanse a stun,
Yeah.
cleanse something that's more detrimental than the slow.
Hmm.
Because most of the time they just dissipate on themselves, or they
Yeah.
just don't last for long.
Hmm.
Um,
I will say, like
but
physical therapy, if it also removes roots and slows, I think this would be a
oh yeah,
solid talent without having to be too sacrificial. I mean, it's right there in
yeah,
the name.
like
Like physical
Maria.
therapy is something you do when somebody suffers neurological damage and they can't move their legs, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, what a shame. But it's not a bad talent. However, it's about to get overshadowed very hard. Would you like to move
Right.
on?
Yeah, I will. Maybe I think you're more of a vanadium plating fan. I am I am
That's
too,
true.
but not as much as you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but vanadium is strong. Don't get me wrong. There's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of synergies to counter,
Mm-hmm.
especially. I'm not saying that you revealed it to me, but a prime example is like KTZ. Like if
Mm-hmm.
you go against a KTZ, you would want vanadium plating.
Yeah. And you don't really care about the combo because they take no damage because they're stunned and rooted. And what's crazy is an additional 20 armor sounds great. Yeah, you go from 35 to 55, and you might
Yeah.
uh, take it for granted. But then you need to realize you're dividing by a number that's getting closer to zero, which is approaching infinity. So so 55 armor is a plus 120% health difference if you run the math compared to 66%, which was 35 armor. Um, that is a huge difference. You literally turn a guy invincible against armor, against stuns and roots, Diablo charges, Tyral Judgment, Focus Fire, Muradin stuns, May
Mhm.
stuns,
Yes. Yes.
whatever KT is
Endurance
throwing out.
from Mephisto.
That too, especially long duration roots, very valuable.
Oh yeah.
Goes
Anytime I
without.
see Azul or Malfurion, I pick that talent.
Yeah, Zool is especially dangerous because comps that run Zool have some sort of payoff. Zool's a weak hero, but he has a very reliable CC, and that leads to a much more devastating ability that comes thereafter. Vanadium just counters it out of the water. I feel very
With
comfortable. I feel very comfortable playing LtMorales in these high stun and root games because of Vanadium plating. Because I know whoever it is I put the armor on, they're not going to die. Because not only
mhm.
are you halving the damage they take, but they're still taking full healing from you. So all five enemy heroes can be blasting. It doesn't matter. You're out healing all of them combined, which is crazy. Plus, we haven't even talked about the fact that it increases the duration of the armor by 1 second. Wow,
Yeah, that's really good.
that's really good.
And I was gonna say regarding the condition for it.
Hmm.
Now, I can't remember specifically how it plays out, but if you were to get, let's say, stunned for 1 second, you
Uh
only
huh.
need 55 armor for that 1 second,
That's
and
true.
then it goes back down afterwards. Am I mistaken?
That is true. This is the one thing you need to keep in mind in that Vanadium plating does not give you the bonus armor like thereafter. It's only during the time they're disabled. But this is also a
Mhm.
good thing because you can drop the armor beforehand, knowing that they're about to be stunned. You don't have to worry about them for a minute because the armor is on
Mhm.
them. You don't have to time it, which is a good thing in my opinion.
Yep. But yeah, but vanadium plating is one of those situational, based on the enemy's team composition, for it
Hmm.
to be warranted to pick it to begin with.
Yeah.
A lot more versatile and practical than physical therapy. But it's just a
Yeah.
situational talent. It's definitely good.
Oh yeah. If
Uh,
there's no opportunity, if there's no stuns or roots, this talent doesn't do much. So that's the
yeah.
downside of it. Yeah. But
Yeah.
when there's even a little bit of stunning, this thing is insane because it completely denies some compositions are dependent on pickoffs and they want to do a quick combo, they want to kill quick and they want to be done with it. If Morales is in the game with vanadium plating, it's impossible. And now you prevent that game plan, it becomes very, very one-sided. It's not even fair. This is definitely
Mhm.
Lieutenant Moras's kind of like strong suit in that she prevents single target blow up. Vanadium Plane just plays into that, and it's not a easy game for them to win. If the Morales knows what she's doing and she's away from combat, she's not in any danger of being picked herself, but she's in range to assist somebody else. It's something. It's something to behold.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's kind of a
So,
it's pretty obvious when you pick it, so just keep your eyes open for any roots and stuns on the enemy team. Keep in mind of any talents that might introduce stunning and rooting, like Jaina roots are a new thing that will come into the game. That's when Vanadium plating will get more value out of it. Plus, there's ultimate abilities that come at 10 and 20 that give roots pretty frequently. That's when Vanadium plating also gets more value because it is a rare thing that scales positively with her for the rest of the game.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's how I earn late game value. Not through utility, but through surviving the worst that the enemy team can throw at you.
I would move on to a Medidrone here
Mm-hmm.
because
Yep.
Medidrone is also
This
my calling in a way.
this is sexy, I will say.
Yeah.
Allies with your W will receive 3/4 of the healing that is done by your Q heal on another ally. It won't stack, so if somebody's armored up and you're healing them, they get nothing. But if you
Right.
armor up a second target rather than the first one that you're healing, they get 75% of that healing. And that is really, really important. Morales can only heal
Yeah.
one person at a time. This is a rare way of you healing somebody else. And plus,
Mhm.
the ratio is very favorable. 75% is nothing to scoff at. She does high healing. 75% of that is a big deal. And furthermore, when you stack the armor on top, it's actually more beneficial to heal somebody and give the armor to somebody that's being focus fired and them receiving 75% of the healing. They get more value out of it than being directly healed and safeguarded. Unless you're desperate, if somebody's getting focus fired hard, you need all resources put in. It's better to armor up and heal at the same time. That's much better, but because you're losing 25% efficiency, so to say. But regardless, this is a way for Morales to literally double her healing. This is a very strong talent.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
That is one of the main reasons how her healing output can even be that high.
Mm-hmm.
Like even getting over 10k in healing if you get to late game. Just because you're healing two targets at the same time, which is bonkers. Whoa.
Yeah.
But the one of the benefits of this is that you can it's another way of healing yourself because you can put
Mm-hmm.
Metadrone onto yourself and heal someone else.
Yeah. Ooh,
So
pardon me.
now
I'm gonna
you are
pause. I got a visitor at my door, so I'm gonna pause.
um regarding Metadrone is that you can apply it to yourself as you're healing another target.
Mm-hmm.
Um and if especially if you go what's it trauma trigger on 4,
Mm-hmm.
you're stacking that 75% of your main heal to yourself
Mm-hmm.
plus additional 4% to
Mm-hmm.
yourself as well. So you can just rev up your health back so quickly that you
Exactly.
can survive a lot of things that would have killed you,
Mm-hmm.
or just help you last longer in the fight to help with the team.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but besides that, you can just heal the at least how I would do is I would naturally heal the person that has the lowest health, and then
Mm-hmm.
apply Medidrone to the second lowest health person.
Mm-hmm.
Again, depending on the situation and whether the person that's already taking a lot of damage or the tank, whatever, needs to armor more. Just vice versa, whatever the situation may call for.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the only caveat for Medidrone is that in order for that second person to get healing, you need to heal. There needs to be missing health from that
Yes.
main target. So, um, in order to heal yourself, the other person needs to be low enough to heal. Versus otherwise, healing a full health person or minion won't help you with anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's another thing there. You can actually heal a minion, and that's going to activate the healing for Medidrone as well. So that's a very effective way
Yes,
of
yes.
keeping yourself topped off.
Mm-hmm.
There's also
Um,
another tactic you can do, in that Medidrone is the only way that Morales can heal something that's outside of your range. So in the event that
yes.
Garros tosses back a hero that has the Medidrone on them, you can still heal them remotely so long as the safeguard is active and you're healing somebody else.
Yes, yeah. As long as you put that on before it gets thrown away.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is like wireless in a way because
Yep.
range is not a factor. Because this is one of the rare moments or rare times you can heal characters like a flying Medivh. If you put a
Mm-hmm.
W on him first and he gets to bird form, you
Oh,
can heal him
nice.
through bird form,
That's
and
cool.
that's a really unique mechanic there.
I did not know that.
Same thing if you were to put that on someone that's about to like global like an alien about to hunt, you can put that on him.
Mm-hmm.
He'll fly with the armor and you still heal him for a couple of seconds
Yeah.
longer. Um, generally with Metadrone, I just think the amount of like uh like not versatility, but just you can get so much more out of Metadrone than
Hmm.
Vanadium, in my opinion. Maybe understanding the other one's situational, but
Hmm.
there's just a lot more benefits to Metadrone. You know, the
Hmm.
ability to heal a second person, heal
Yeah.
yourself. Yeah,
I
I think
think
it's second to none.
I totally agree. Metadrone feels amazing whenever I get the opportunity to do so, but usually circumstances kind of force me into moving into vanadium plating. But don't get me wrong, I love picking up vanadium plating. So uh,
Mhm.
I think if you need more healing, if you're stressed for more healing, and there are these tough things you can't really deal with, in this case, like displacements, Garrosh Toss being a prime example that I love bringing up, Metadrone allows you to solve those issues. Plus, it's also a way of conserving energy because you're being more efficient with how much you're healing. This is a way of you
Mhm.
generating more healing. This is a way of generating more energy. So, this is the only talent on this tier that basically does this job for you. And it also gives you self survivability. And survivability is king when it comes to morales. You will be focused. Stacking 3 seconds of Metadrone up front, with a trauma trigger at the same time is a ridiculous amount of healing. And when they get through Metadrone and then trauma trigger armor activates, you're still healing through trauma trigger. It's insane. This is why Morales is
Mhm.
a backline tank. It's because of these two talents. Metadrone and trauma trigger together is a unbelievable combo, and you can honestly shrug off a lot of things very easily.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
just really like Metadrone. I pick that like 80-90% of the time.
That is fair. Uh, yeah, I agree. I prefer vanadium plating because if you one thing you can't really deal with is like extreme burst. And when you put down the armor, you don't have to worry about yourself anymore. You don't have to worry about being interrupted through CC because the armor's already down. You don't need to do the
Sure.
healing. The armor's going to do the tough work for you. And obviously, it's great if you're healing at the same time. But if the worst comes to worst, the vanadium plane is going to keep one person alive through the worst possible situation you put them through. So this is why I really like Morales. It's through vanadium plating. But Metadrone is definitely a very strong lubricant. If the game does not call for vanadium plating, you should absolutely be picking up Metadrone because it does everything you want it to do.
Hmm. With one last comment regarding Metadrone,
Hmm.
it synergizes really well with for level 16
Yes,
because first
huge.
responder, the increased healing will apply to Metadrone. Plus, with Shield Sequencer, you could heal three people, well, two additional people at once,
Hmm.
healing two others plus yourself for self heal. But imagine that a strong, sustained, concentrated
Hmm.
uh, healer that's healing three targets instead of two or one.
Exactly.
That's like all value there.
It's
But
all value.
oftentimes I do just throw a W onto someone just so I can heal them
Hmm. Totally.
remotely, versus than letting them take advantage of that armor
Hmm.
value.
Yeah, if you're out of combat or the situation is not going to escalate anytime soon, throwing Metadrone just for additional healing all around is very vital, especially if you need to speed it up some way somehow. If you're in combat, you definitely want to wait until there's an opportune time where they're slightly injured and they're about to take focus fire. Stacking Metadrone healing as well as a safeguard armor on top whilst you're healing a second target for full 100% is perfect situation.
I got nothing else to say for a seven other than it's a strong level seven.
Hmm.
Other than physical being the weakest.
Totally. Physical therapy does have one use case, but outside of that, it might even be better to go Metadrone to begin with to keep yourself safe from those aforementioned threats. But sometimes CC cannot be avoided, and preventing that CC to begin with is more important. And vanadium plating if you're going to take it on the chin, like a Kel'Thuzad root, for example. Nothing you can do about that, but if you get them a lot of armor, yeah, it's just good. Yeah, and I think 7 is done.
Yeah, we should just skip to
Hmm.
13.
Yep. 10, we've already talked about everything. Stim drone, if you got a right clicker that wants it. Medivac, if you want to have fun. Or macro play support. Actually, there's one thing to talk about. What
Yeah.
maps are good for Medivac? What's your favorites?
Oh, Alterac being my number one, I
Touche.
would say.
Agree.
Um, I mean, generally big maps that has a lot of camps,
Garden and Terror especially.
and Guardian Terror is good. Crystal Hollow is good.
Very good.
Um, some maps that are situational, maybe Dragonshire,
Yeah,
Towers of Doom.
Dragonshire. Towers of Doom is definitely more
Uh,
situational. Doesn't feel super blowouty as the other great tiers.
right. There are rare instances in Towers of Doom where the other team, the two top objectives are showing and they're all
Hmm.
there, but the bottom is neglected. So
Yeah,
I could just escape and fly to the bottom myself.
it's
Um,
true.
uh,
Mm. I
Other than
think,
that, just any maps that isn't small
yeah,
is
I
good.
think Battlefield of Eternity is actually better than on the Tin Can, even though it's a two-lane map technically. It's
Really.
large, and I like the fact that I can reinforce the team because it's a racing map. And the faster you can
Mhm.
get your team to either the objective, or the faster you can have them recall home and be full mana and ready for the fights, is very important. Seconds that you shave is seconds you're putting damage into the immortal, and when you do that ahead of the enemy team, that means you win the objective. It's not necessarily you showing up to fight the enemy team at the objective, it's more so you showing up to the objective to attack it. And that's why I think it's better on that map than other two lane
Yeah,
maps.
of course, yeah. That's solid as well. Is either
Mm-hmm.
that. I mean, both you can't go wrong for that map, just
Mm-hmm.
because it could be just to aid your team to be ready for the fight versus
Yeah.
to get to actually fight with it. Because it is a
Mm-hmm.
is an immortal fight, and the idea is you want to burn as much as you can through, especially if you stim like a amateur opponent,
Mm-hmm.
Artanis or a Rainer, Exterminator. You know
Mm-hmm.
those are excel if you don't have a Vala with Monster Hunter or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but as far as getting ready for the fight, that can be said to most maps that allows to reposition your team because they need to reset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Blackheart's Bay is also another excellent map for
Yes, I
Medivac.
can't forget about that one. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
also a good one.
Especially modern version, because there is too much going on the map. There is never enough bodies to
Mhm.
do everything, and Medivac lets you do more, so to say.
Yeah, especially if you're just racing for coins and not fighting. You can
Mm,
take the bottom camp and then fly straight to the top bruiser camp within
mm-hmm.
that map span,
Yeah.
and you can get pretty far. You can fly all the way to the pirates to fight at the pirates from core. You know,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Not only that, I think boss top lane in Blackheart's Bay can also reach the Blackheart's turn-in point straight. So there's a direct line
Ah, yes,
from,
yes.
and that's really, really good. What else?
As far as other maps, uh,
Everything else is either average, kind of depends, and then or bad if it's a small map.
right.
Nothing more to comment there.
Me neither.
Fair enough. And with that, that should be. We're not going to elaborate on Medivac or Stim any further than they should. 13.
Yeah,
13 is
13.
a grenade tier, and there's several ways of doing it. How do you want to spread out your damage, or do you give like system shock damage nullification? EMP grenade. Grenade now deals bonus damage over 2 seconds, like a little poison. Plus, it deals a massive bonus damage chunk to shielding. So it's a very obvious use case if you're fighting Zarya, Imperius Ultimate, Phoenix especially, Tastar
Yeah.
usually, Artanis. These heroes have lots of shields. If you strike them down, that's going to help a lot in taking them out.
Right, with EMP, I don't go that talent often. Is
Mm,
situational. I think all of her 13 is mediocre at best.
I
Like
agree.
it's like
It's whatever.
it's underwhelming.
Yeah.
But sometimes if Phoenix Shield just to strip it off as much as you can. Plus, you're
Mm,
already interrupting his teleport anyways.
true.
But if it's not that, I see myself using it on a Joe shield because she can't be moved, so you're just
Yeah.
damaging her in her shield,
Hmm.
so you don't have to interrupt your team synergy with
Hmm.
anything.
That's actually very true.
Um, uh, Everything like you said with the other shields like
Hmm.
Tassadar. Yeah, sure, you can. It's not. I don't go. It's just ingrained in me to not throw my shield,
Yeah.
my not my shield, my grenade just for pure damage, stuff like that. Unless it's like I'm not messing anything like
Hmm.
I know their cooldowns or they're far away or whatever the case may be, to where the you damaging their shields alone doesn't get outnumbered by the amount of damage your team would have done
Hmm.
if they would have been moved to begin with.
Totally. Yeah, I agree. I will have to say, Clear has big synergy with the EMP Grenade. This is probably the only time I might consider like backtracking and thinking about level 1 talents, in that there could be big EMP Grenade value, especially if you're fighting Kerrigan, especially Kerrigan. Removing all that shielding kind of puts strain on them, on the enemy team, in that they can't just reliably move forward. But aside from that, yeah, it's literally a damage tier for a very situational mechanic. There's not as much shielding in this game as there is in like League of Legends, for example.
Okay.
So you don't get to see that too often. But from the even then, if there's shielding, you might consider your other options still, which is the sad part. But yeah, super situational. You only pick it up against enemy shields, and even then, you still need to make the decision whether or not it's something you need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fair enough. I will move on if you have nothing else to say.
I have nothing else to say because these are all
Mm,
pretty underwhelming.
yeah. I will say I do like System Shock. Heroes hit by the grenade deal 30% less damage. This is a Garrosh oppressor, but it also applies to physical damage on a ranged ability. And honestly, that's pretty decent. Very strong into Jaina, Kel'Thuzad, Kael'thas, any amounts of burst damage. Morales already has a very strong lineup on preventing single target focus fire, so
Yeah.
adding on a grenade to not only disrupt and put a little bit of chaos into the enemy team as they're trying to form up and do damage, but it's also crazy in the fact that you can completely stack that on top of armor and healing, and it's very unfair. You cannot go
Mm-hmm.
through the Morales when all these factors are in together.
Yeah. With System Shock, yeah, I only see myself using it. I mean, if you're getting like chased down, Kerrigan's chasing you or Illidan, regardless, you're going to take damage, but you could just reduce the damage to help you take less damage.
Hmm.
And in a way, I mean, I only thought of this just now, but if there was like a pyroblast that's channeling towards someone, you can treat it like a ranged defense matrix from Diva.
Yeah.
Hit the
Hmm.
KT, and suddenly the person taking pyroblast only takes like
Yeah.
2/3 of it.
But that's a
um,
big deal if you pull it off, though.
yeah, that's very rare, I would say.
True.
Um, as far as defense matrix, not defense, system shock, um, it's just I don't know. I don't see myself throwing. I mean, again, I try to withhold my grenades as much as possible for um, either to finish last kill or free damage to tick. As long as it doesn't mess up my team's coordination on
Hmm.
predictability. Um, the, the thought process of me using it for damage reduction for 3 seconds. I don't know. I find it personally underwhelming unless
Hmm.
someone else can make a lot of better value out of that.
Hmm. I personally would disagree with your statement here. I think it's more so you are unfamiliar with using it for its damage
I
nullification.
am.
And because of that, you don't get to see its value in real time. And because of that, there's a
Yeah.
feedback loop where you don't use it even further and then you forget about the talents. It does make
Yes.
a very big difference. So I would recommend, seeing how it works. Toss out your grenades. At this point in the game, your grenade becomes a much less valuable tool. The game state is much more open, and enemies are going to have more mobility, and because of that, grenades going to have a harder time catching up to heroes. So at this point, I just send out the grenades to interrupt combos. If there's any amount of stunning being put onto my teammates, I send out the grenades to hopefully push them away, but adding on a damage nullifier to it as well does make a big difference. It does help a lot. Um, and if you toss them out relatively early instead of saving them for like the last second, you prevent a situation where your team might accidentally use their abilities and they miss, because you use the grenade so far ahead of time they can readjust before uh, after the grenade detonates, so to say. And it does make a big difference into heroes like Kel'Thuzad. Like that 30% is no joke.
I believe you. It's not that I don't. It's just again, it's
Hmm.
like that feedback loop where I don't see the payoff of it because I'm because of my play style,
Hmm.
and it's like yeah, it's just 30%. It's like what's the big deal?
That is true. I think the problem is grenade is just a troublesome child. It's not a great ability, and using a meandering, slow-moving ability rather than the instancy of a diva matrix or whatever Urel has going on for, or whatever Garros has going on for him, it's
Right.
not as quick to the draw. So you need to send it out way ahead of schedule before you have to do it literally as the team is going in, which is kind of tough to read, but if you're good enough, you can see which opportunities will present themselves. And then when you land the grenade notification, it does matter a big deal. So it's still mediocre, but it's still like a good mediocre, so to say.
Yeah, I get you. I
Hmm.
mean, I could definitely be converted to it just because I don't really see all the level 13
Hmm.
talents to be that amazing. But
That's fair. Well,
if I,
what do you
s-
pick?
if I, s- well, obviously the last option is bedside manner.
Oh
I could
my.
because if we're gonna talk about it, bedside manner is
Let's talk about
just
it.
it's always there. The passive alone, you're already doing percent damage against the tank, so your auto attacks is already stronger. You're not.
Hmm.
I'm not intentionally auto attacking because of for any reason. It's just there. I'm healing. I'm protecting, but I can
Hmm.
also be auto attacking. And
Hmm.
that sort of and the only time I can see myself intentionally wanting to displace someone out of my own team's pathway is to get that extra 7%
Hmm.
in their health. Um, and it's big for a tank. Even if they don't move, like
Hmm.
a Johanna trait, that there you go, free 6%. I mean, the same thing can be said with EMP grenade, but
Hmm.
um, it's just another form of harassment that can gets converted as damage that
Hmm.
I think I could would rather use see myself using
Hmm.
than um, harassing their GPS or whatever for a damage reduction because I don't know what abilities they're going to cast, but if they are going to cast abilities, it's going to be a lot less. But I'm only getting a value of it for like 2 seconds or less, and this the passive alone, I think I'm
Hmm.
already interested in.
That is fair. It's been a long time since I've picked up Bedside Manor. Honestly, I've kind of laid it to the wayside, so I need to pick it up a few times more. But yeah, when you do land the mark and you toss out your right click, it does do a good amount of damage. It's actually pretty respectable. I
Yeah,
do think it needs to be very careful with the amount of clicks you're putting in as Morales. Level 13 is definitely a tier you gotta watch out a little bit from the enemy team because you might get punished very hard when the enemy team sees that you're just right clicking. But there's plenty of opportunities when the tank steps up into your team and it's relatively safe to click them. So yeah, the bonus damage you get is very noticeable, especially on very high health heroes when your team doesn't have anything.
yeah. Morales isn't a great solo because she's not supposed to be, but if she is a makeshift version of that, bedside manner would get a lot of value in terms of harassing the enemy team, even potentially killing them if they
Hmm.
underestimate you. Because if you can imagine you're healing off a minion and you're keeping your minion wave healthy and strong,
Hmm.
and you have armor as backup for yourself, and you're just auto attacking that same guy over and over, throwing
Hmm.
grenade here and there, you're already diminishing every percent of his health little by little. It's like death by a thousand cuts,
Hmm. Yeah. Ooh, another
and
thing.
that's the only like that's the
Hmm.
only place not place style, but that's the only usage I can see myself getting out of.
I see. I see. One tip I can give with your grenade, Morales can do a nifty little trick in that she can toss out a grenade, she can right click, and then the grenade explodes. And the right click is going to follow whatever it is that gets knocked away. So in effect, you can be in range for just a split second, and then you'll have the 6%. I'm sorry, the 7% damage locked in, guaranteed, and then you can just run away instead of you waiting to push them first and then right click. Sometimes then you push them away and you can't do it anymore, or you push them towards you. Sometimes you put yourself into danger. But by doing this in that manner, you can very quickly give them a tap, and it's guaranteed afterwards.
Are you saying that right clicking while a grenade is airborne will detonate it?
No. What actually happens is if you grenade first, grenade is traveling, and then you right
Right.
click. By the time that your right click is
Oh,
halfway
okay.
there, the grenade should be in position to explode, and when it explodes, the projectile will still follow them, and then you automatically use up the charge that happens from bedside banner. By the way, we did not explain what it does. Clicks deal 1% health damage. If you blow up a enemy hero, they're going to get a debuff. If you click them, you're going to deal 6% of their health as damage, and you remove the buff. That's basically what this is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a trick that I incorporated, and then I sleeved it into my regular Morales gameplay. You could use it even without the talent, but with the talent, it's definitely something you should be doing.
See, yeah, I might have to try that.
Yeah, I'll show you in practice mode actually when we're done with this. And
Okay.
yeah, that's level 13. EMP is a very rare thing. Literally only if there's multiple shields on the enemy team, or it's a vital part to their function, like Kerrigan or
Mhm.
Zarya or Phoenix. System Shock is your typical go-to as support Morales because 30% damage nullification matters a great deal. You can't always protect your whole team, but by debuffing several enemy heroes, it might help the rest of them do their functions better. And then bedside manner if there's lots of health to go around, lots of armor like Geroshki. This is something you could do. Mm-mm. Any consensus here in the chat?
Regarding the 13,
Yeah,
uh, no, I think it's a little underwhelming. Not a game changer by any means.
yeah. No game changer
Um,
for Morales. Yeah,
like unlike her 7 is a big deal, and her
big
16
time.
is a big
Yeah,
deal, but 13 is okay.
it's okay. Yeah. Moving on. Very good. Level
To her
16.
16.
So we have three great options here. Extended care. Channeling Healing Beam on a hero for at least 3 seconds will give them a buff that gives them basically a lingering 50% healing from your from what would have been your Q for the next 3 seconds when it's over.
Mhm.
You only get this healing when you stop channeling though. Next, you get a very useful passive trait in that you increase the range of your Q by 30%. And that's a big deal
Which is
for Morales.
big
Yeah.
deal.
What's your thoughts on this?
Uh, it is a good talent. Don't get me wrong. I do see myself picking that from time to time, especially if I know their range is quite deadly, or I just really need a high in the back because whatever's out there can kill me. Um, but it even helps around with healing around walls. But
Mm-hmm.
besides that, it's just a longer leash, longer slack to work with,
Mm-hmm.
and the passive alone is already strong for the 16.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think the extra healing again, it's a whatever. You're not it helps you conserve energy just a little bit just because you're
Mm-hmm.
stopping once you reach that threshold, and then whatever is left tops them off.
Mm-hmm.
And that like extra 1 to 3 ticks of healing will be shared to someone else instead. Um, but yeah, with extended care, it is good. Um, I find it situational just because I don't think the extra range is like, oh, I really need it every single time.
Honestly, I do agree with you. Extended care is great, but it is a situational in tier, surprisingly, because the rest of her talents are actually better. I
Mhm.
do take extended care in one important match, though, and that is AoE heavy games. In some
Okay,
matches, it's too dangerous to walk close to your teammates, so you
absolutely, yeah.
avoid the AoE damage by having a longer leash range. And two, whenever there's AoE damage, that means you probably need to work overtime to heal multiple targets. And that's when the extended care healing comes into play as well. So you got double
Mhm.
whammy in that you're healing up what you lost due to AoE, and you're also staying away from your teammates to prevent the AoE damage being splashed onto you. Plus, A lot of times AoE damage is also combined with poke damage and poison damage, and the extended care once again shines best in this kind of scenario. You always have these benefits at your disposal, and you don't need to do any crazy conditions to pull them off. But aside from that, the big problem with it, like you describe, is these effects really only work if you're not healing them continuously. If you're healing them continuously, which is something Morales should be doing, this is her strong suit, you
Mhm.
don't get extended care. If you're in range, great. If you can orbit at a longer range, that will help tremendously. But sometimes you're already in range, so you're not getting that much
Yeah.
value out of it. And if you want any more healing into the target, if you want to pump more, you're not pumping more.
Mhm.
So that's the problem. Morales technically has no way of improving her single target healing at all. You have to do like these creative hoops to increase total healing across the squad, but not towards one target. This is not what extended care does either.
Uh, but first responder does increase
Hmm.
single target healing. But
Yep, that
again,
is the
I don't.
alternative.
Yeah,
But yeah, that
I,
is
I wasn't sure if you're leading up to something.
yeah. I was leading up to it. But yeah,
uh,
extended care is fundamentally good for poison and AoE damage, especially more so towards AoE because you can kind of manage poison with shield sequencer plus Medidrone. And yeah, I prefer down that route, but AoE damage, I definitely think it's an extended care type of game. But aside from that, it's kind of mediocre-ish because if Morales could, she will spend 100 of her energy into one target to win the fight if that's what it takes. She's very happy to do that. And if you're doing that, you're
correct.
not getting extended care value. So that is something you have to account for.
With extended care, it also, like you said, with like ranged enemies, uh, just areas that have strong area denial, like Stukov, for example,
Hmm.
it will allow you to safely help your team at a safer distance
Yeah.
because you can't be within that silence pool. Other areas that it does excel is choke points. If you're fighting somewhere between mid top of Cursed Hollow, where there's a
Hmm.
lot of curves and walls, that extended range can definitely like you just heal from around the corner just because you're further away, and everyone else is it's either went further up ahead or they're around a tight corner. It just allows you to
Hmm.
reach them a lot easier.
I agree.
But it again, it is nice, but you can still get most of your work done just within your default range. It just
Hmm.
allows you another extended range of safety.
Hmm. Yeah, that is all the use cases for extended care, really. There's one more thing in that you can technically overheal a target. Even if you're healing a full health target, you're not expending energy, but you will put the buff on them. So when you leave them
Yes.
and they do something else, they have it, which is kind of cool. But it's a
Yeah.
minute optimization you do once per team fight. Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah. It will just stay on until you detach from them, and then
Hmm.
they'll start healing over time.
Hmm. Yep. That's all I have to say about extended care.
Yeah, it's a solid,
Mm,
situational for sure, but
yeah,
for me, it gets overshadowed by first responder.
fair enough. Now, I'm not that big of a fan of first responders, so I'm going to read out the talents, and then I'm going to have you sell me the idea. So, while you're
Okay,
above
yeah, yeah.
60 energy, healing beams healing is increased by 20%. This is literally Morales' first instance of having more healing on a single target, and both you and her target gains 50% movement speed, which is another unique mechanic she otherwise did not have until now. So,
Mhm.
Hooley, take the floor.
So, so I personally enjoy first responder more than extended care, just because of the fact if you look back at the other talents and see what it gets synergized with, you have for level one
Mm-hmm.
life support, which already increases the max, so you get a
Mm-hmm.
little more instances of that benefit of that's above 60, and then afterwards that that medi drone when you apply to
Mm-hmm.
someone will also get that extra 20% increase healing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're healing at two targets with an additional 20% healing, and then of course you can apply that to yourself as well. But the movement speed is also really nice as well
Mm-hmm.
because I think a lot of the the not issues, but a lot of your problems can be solved in combat if you were just a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you were at max energy, you can, if you get demounted, you just heal a full health ally or minion and allow
Mm-hmm.
you to catch up, sort of Spider-Man your way
Totally. I love that.
faster. Um, and in rare instances where you need to finish that last kill because that person's about to get away, hey, I got you. Let me just heal you up.
Yeah.
You're moving fast with me. So it's like a pseudo like a Lucio speed boost,
Mm-hmm.
but only if you manage your energy well because you have to meet that 60 energy. And then
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes I drop my energy around 60, 50 of her
Mm-hmm.
energy so I can replenish back up. And I'll have that constantly, those benefits, for a long period of time. And the only time it goes below 60 is we're in the thick of it and I need to expend everything I got.
Mm-hmm. Totally. I do respect first responder more these days, especially watching you in work. I think I've come to like it a little bit more. Um, the
Yeah,
benefits
you
from
did
this,
say that. Oh, sorry.
sorry about that. I will say the benefits are very strong. Like, it's got a very high demanding requirement, but it also has very strong boons if you meet them. Bonus healing, 20% might not seem much, but remember, Morales has the strongest single target healing in the game. Making that number go bigger is crazy work. And
Yeah.
movement speed is also a very viable stat. She has no access to it, and giving herself movement speed just fulfills this backline tank Morales gameplay. You become completely unkillable and a absolute pain in the head for an Elden to try to catch up to you, because you're fast enough in that he can't just right click after you, so he needs to spend his abilities, but then you're out of range, he's not getting cooldown reduction, it's just agony. Plus,
Hmm.
um, movement speed is very viable if you put it onto a hero that does not have a source of it, just like you don't. Put it onto an Arthas, put it onto a Garrosh, see what happens. It's really strong.
Yeah. Um, some other points I would mention. This is just Morales as a whole, but the characters that do synergize with her, um, like first thing I think of is Phoenix, just because he has a
Mm-hmm.
talent where any heals becomes shield.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Lucio, where the multiple instances of procs of heal matters. That shield is, probably won't get stripped down as long as he has health. And same thing with characters that like Mal'Ganis that gets
Mm-hmm.
increased boost speed with Blood Rush. Is it's also one of those benefits where those small heals over time, and then you want to stack that with movement speed. That's also really good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and just like you said, with that 20%, you mentioned along the lines earlier, that her overall healing, she can heal like what 3,000 worth of health within her full energy bar.
Yeah.
Now you just multiply that by 20%,
There you go.
for the first 40% or 50 of depending on which talent you get,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and you just heal a lot more, like 4K's worth. And as long as you just juggle back and forth, that's all that matters, I think.
Mm-hmm. Got any tips for the audience on how to keep the energy above 60?
Just stop healing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not,
uh,
I'm not trying to overcomplicate it,
mm-hmm.
but you look at your teammates' health. Are they above 60,
Mm-hmm.
70% health? If they are, you can hold off your healing until they desperately need it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're matching your energy on how much you can expend if another fight is about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a lot of back and forth. If you're out of combat, yeah, heal in the full health. Wait for
Mm-hmm.
your energy to regen. Um, as far as that, like that extra 20% healing, um, is really good, especially when late game, you don't have any other stronger ways of healing in late game because
Mm-hmm.
you're just concentrating on that one healing target. Um, so I think the fact that the 20% can be applied to one target and another target, double like increased healing is just, I don't know, hard to pass up.
Yeah. I definitely see the merits of it. It's Compared to extended care, where extended care will always give you value, even if you're like 30 energy, you could still get the bonus healing from poison and AoE. First responder just lets you do more into a single target. Plus, it has a little bit of flexibility in that it allows you to get extra speed, and maybe that extra speed is the difference between them dodging an ability, which means you've saved them health through that manner.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very, very good talents, I do admit. I'm just not very used to it, so this is something I do need to practice with. Mostly because I'm too reliant on the shield sequencer being so good, but yeah, that's
It
another
is
story.
good.
Yeah,
All over 16 is good.
I agree.
Yeah, with if we're moving to shield sequencer. Oh yeah, it's especially if it pairs well if you got vanadium.
Hmm.
I mean, healing two allies at once. Sure, it's niche, but you're wasting it on the
Mm.
cooldown of it when you can use it at more crucial times, like giving someone extra armor in
Hmm.
that duration with vanadium. Uh, shield sequencer, that range, it may not look like much, but it's actually surprisingly long. It's like
Hmm. Yeah, you
it's
turn into a Sergeant
like
Hammer, like reverse.
yeah, yeah, feels like it, yeah. And you be surprised you can close a distance like you're catching up to a team fight and they're already in the thick of it. The first thing you would apply is armor before your own healing,
Hmm.
and that already reach them and help them, and then you show up. Um, Second charge is also great when you do synergize it with physical
Hmm.
therapy. That's the only
Totally.
time you can think of it. So you get two cooldowns you get two charges at a cooler cooldown,
Hmm.
and then you pair that with 20. It's like it does have a lot of versatility. It's really
Yeah,
good.
I will say, for shield sequencer, there's a lot of extra things you could do with it. One, the cooldown reduction off your physical therapy, big parts of why that's good. So
Right.
I like the way you implement it. Long range slow removal, kind of okay, but also works. Vanadium plating, like sometimes the great strength of vanadium plating is you putting it down at the right time. But sometimes you might
Yeah.
be out of position before the extreme burst comes in. Shield Sequencer gives you unlimited range. You'll always be able to give an armor to anybody you want in battle. So if you see somebody is about to get pummeled, you put the vanadium plating on them from range and you won't be anywhere near the crossfire. Say a Mephisto ult comes out, sometimes it's such a bad angle for you that you can't get in to give them the armor, but you can with Shield Sequencer. Plus,
Mhm.
you can use Safeguard as you would normally do, and you'd always have a backup shield just in case you see CC coming. And
Yeah.
there's also Metadrone versatility here in that we've discussed how there's the wireless healing, but it's especially prevalent when you have Shield Sequencer because you don't need to be anywhere near the target to give them that healing. And now it's a much more viable strategy to do the wireless healing. So if it's too dangerous for Morales to step up for a number of reasons, Metadrone's Shield Sequencer is usually my way of solving that problem. And you could still give them 6 seconds worth of healing because you got 2 charges, by the way, which is really strong.
Hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. With shield sequencer and Medidrone, surprisingly, even though sure it synergizes and it is good, it's not as good as if you were to go vanadium and
Mm-hmm.
shield sequencer or physical therapy and shield sequencer, because the cooldown reduction and the extra armor
Mm-hmm.
when you time it in fights are a lot more beneficial than just having to be able to heal two people at once
Mm-hmm.
or heal one additional person at another time.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it is a very versatile tool, having extra range and an extra charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and last thing to mention, before I move on, I will say, good point on you. Actually, I kind of agree with you. Metadrone does have great synergy with Shield Sequencer, but it's kind of a meme to put all 3 or 2 shields down and you're healing 3 targets at
Yeah,
once. That is a big wasted potential. Like you're going to get your pants caught and your armor's not ready. Someone's going to die because you chose
yeah.
to spread out the healing too hard. But
Mhm.
it's still a great talent nonetheless with it because there will be times when you can't approach them. and you can give them that wireless healing. It's very important. Sometimes you don't have a nearby hero that's damaged for you to put the armor on that still will benefit from the armor. Shield Sequencer extends the radius to everyone that you care about, and you'll always have somebody, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
Last thing to mention, my other guides always talk about how having a second charge compared to one charge is a big deal because you're normally with an ability you have to wait before you use it, and then you use it, it goes on cooldown, whatever. With two charges, you can use one charge, and that might have been the only thing that happens. And then you'll get your second charge refreshed, and now you have another two charges ready to go. At any point, you can choose to use two charges. But if you use one charge, nothing happens, and then now the time has come that you need to use the second charge, you're going to get the third round of shielding in half the cooldown it would have been. Why? Because the first charge was already cooling down. And
Mm-hmm.
so in reality, when you go from 1 to 2 charges, you actually are in fact going from 1 to 2.5 due to how the cooldown is already in play, if that makes sense.
I understand.
Yeah, that's why this is such a good feeling talent, because it really does put a lot of effect on the gameplay.
It does, yeah. It's just have a lot to go around with it, especially if you go a full W build. There's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
benefits to it.
Totally. And there's also extra synergy between cellular reactor. You get extra energy if a target with shielding gets damaged. So if you got multiple
Right.
shields going around, that's one way to keep yourself topped up with energy, just for free. You don't have to think
Yeah,
about it.
that's a good point. I totally forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. Now let's see. Oh, and
Yep.
I guess we can talk about first responder and energy management. It's much better with life support than Caduceus feedback, in my opinion. But there is definitely a case to be
Cool.
made where if you're in the thick of things, you can definitely use Caduceus feedback to regenerate and keep you stable above the 60 mark. And if you turn off your energy regeneration, it's very quick to go back up with Caduceus, but life support lets you toggle on and off. And by the fact that you get 20% bonus healing, it makes not healing for a prolonged duration more okay because you've got more out of the limited duration you had, and you're going to get back the energy.
I agree.
Yeah. But yeah, 16 has a lot of great options for morales. 13 was bad, but 16 is amazing. And in my book, I would use extended care in AoE damage primarily. Poison can be 50-50 between this and shield sequencer. It's up to you. Sometimes even first responder, to be honest. First responder, it has something unique in that it gives you speed. So if the hero you are healing does not have any natural movement speed boosts, this is one way to provide it to them, and they can suddenly become very overpowered. Choose your targets carefully. You might want to do it to a tank or a slow-moving bruiser like Sonya or Imperius especially, where they gain a lot from extra speed and that healing. That can matter a lot. And then lastly, it's more single target healing. That's going to matter a lot. If you find yourself in circumstances where there's no point in spreading out your healing, then yeah, it's perfectly fine. And then lastly, Shield Sequencer. This is amazing into burst damage games. There's lots of that and lots of Venedium plating value. Goes without saying that this is great. But the fact that you gain extra range opens up a lot of possibilities. This gives you possibilities in applying it from range for Venedium plating. You always got it in time. And Metadrone to give that wireless healing, which is almost like a new talent at level 20, right? But you get this at 16, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, they're all
Thoughts?
really solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Other than they're all situational because I see myself going each one of
Mm-hmm.
these depending on the map and the
Yep.
composition.
I totally agree.
Because as far as extended care, if there's an enemy Stukov or a Muradin or even a Garrosh, that someone that either interrupts or close the distance very easily, where I can't get close to my team. The
Mm-hmm.
extra range is really great. First responder, I see myself going this all the time just for the raw output, healing output,
Mm-hmm.
and the movement speed is just a great bonus. With the shield sequencer, it does open up to sort of a different play style in terms of you get it's a lot more forgiving because you get another usage of it, and you can allow both multiple instances of armor, or you just honestly, I mean, it's all related to armor because this goes back to your
Mm-hmm.
level 7. Um, and the fact that you can just be a lot farther than you would have. Even shield sequencer's range with the 60% is further than your extended care range with your
Hmm.
healing, and you just drop in, forget it, and just they're they have 35 armor from like a different zip code, you
Hmm.
know.
Yeah. That's so true. I love it. Got no more to
I
say
guess
about
that's,
this
that's the
deer.
saying for 16.
Yeah, I agree. It's time for level 20.
Oh boy.
Alrighty. Hyperactivity. Chop the cooldown of Stim drone in half, and you also increase the movement speed bonus from 25 to 50%. So effectively, this lets somebody go zoomy fast, which makes it also easier for them to land their right clicks. Because if you allow the game to take the wheel, and you just tell them to click something forever, the speed is going to have you just follow after them ad nauseum, even if they get out of range, which is really good. It's very good for damage uptime. Plus, chopping the cooldown is, although I have opinions about it, I think it's a little wasteful. It's not that bad as these days because I found out that, hey, running it onto a boss or running it onto a skirmish or running it onto a structure or an objective that you fought very little for is totally worthwhile. And you're going to have another ultimate ready to go. And words cannot be stated how impactful Stim Drone is to Morales' game plan because there's not much going for her. Like, she's all defense, there's no offense. And Stim Drone is the rare instance where she can put pressure on the enemy team, offensively speaking.
Yeah. With hyperactivity, with 30, with it reduced to 35 seconds, that's just
Yeah.
about as long as a prolonged team fight. Like
Yep.
team fights can even last that long. So imagine you can just use stim twice within one team fight, and that could be a
Mm-hmm.
big deal. But the odds of that happening are just very
Yeah, it's
slim,
pretty slim.
and um, it's situational because it's been that long. But most fights won't even last that long.
Yeah.
The only other benefit is that extra movement speed. Sure, they can run like hell, like when Ario get res when they're 20,
Yeah.
but it it's just to make them extra fast, give them the zoomies.
Yeah.
um,
It does matter a lot for like
oh,
a melee hero because that speed lets them
yeah,
reposition really well. And there's some heroes that desperately need speed. Say you give Garros the movement speed. Yet again, this
yeah,
is a
like
kind of a funny situation, but he can totally make a stim pack work. I do
yeah,
agree with you. I don't pick up hyperactivity too often because a stim drone lasts 10 seconds, and that's usually enough for the majority of the fight. You're not going to get a second one in time for that same fight. And if there is no second fight, you will have stim drone again because 70 seconds matches with the 65 second death timers that prevail in Heroes of the Storm. Plus, um, this gives you no extra attack speed, which is the downside of this. Yeah, you get movement speed, but
yeah,
sometimes you're not moving when you're attacking. And if they did their damnedest to do as many attacks as they can, you're not increasing the value of the stim drum that much. So you're going to get the same benefit, quote unquote, unless
mhm.
you're able to leverage the cooldown reduction, which is pretty good, I will say.
Yeah. That would be crazy to see someone have more than 75% attack speed. Like
Hmm.
I think hyperactivity alone. Like, if you can imagine putting that on a Sergeant Hammer, she's already moving
Yeah,
at base speed if you were put
yeah,
in hover mode, and
big time.
just zooming, just like a drive by, just gutting things while zooming at base speed.
Like an actual
Like,
in real life tank where
yeah, like
they're
a real life
fast
tank.
and accurate. Hmm.
Hmm. Um,
Yeah, but yeah,
maybe it could be
if a stim is good enough that it wins you the fights, the hyperactivity is not going to give you any more than what would have been the same result, basically.
pretty much. You're just getting it a lot more frequent. Plus,
Yeah,
you can the stem target can chase them down a lot faster.
big time.
Like Diva, she gets slowed when she attacks. So with her attacking at fast speed,
Hmm,
she's like, I don't care how fucking fast you run. Yeah, I'm gonna chase you down while
dude.
shooting.
Oh, that's a Hooley. I think we got to try a build here, like full
Yeah,
right
that
click
was
diva.
cool. Yeah, that would be pretty cool to see in action.
Yeah,
I rarely see that.
there's talents that give her damage, and I think Yeah, just more physical damage, and I never see that because she's kind of a bad hero, all things considered. But yeah, that could be something.
Don't let you
Uh,
hear. Don't let my friends hear you say that.
I know Mythkun is gonna beat my ass up, but it is what it is. But yeah, that's all I had to say about hyperactivity, though. If you got any more thoughts about it,
No, just because I don't see myself picking Stim often. I
mm-hmm,
mean, I do pick it from time to time, but hyperactivity, sure, it just makes the fights probably end a little bit quicker because you gotta you get it more frequently, and they can chase down kills. But if you couldn't get it done with the regular Stim, this isn't that much of a game changer
true,
for hyperactivity.
absolutely. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, like the best heroic upgrade ultimates at 20 will increase the combat effectiveness in one form or another. That's kind of like the big spiel on why people pick those upgrades. And it
Right.
doesn't really apply to Morales, so to say.
Um, with that being said, the only other heroic upgrade would be Safe Zone, which
Mm-hmm.
even I don't pick that often, but I see myself picking it more often than I thought I would.
After
I
exiting the
think like
Medivac, allies are protected from all damage for 3 seconds. And furthermore, there's a second passive effect in that you drop the cooldown of your Medivacs from 45 to 30 seconds. Go ahead, Hooley.
which that which that is a pretty significant amount of reduction because it just allows you to zip and transport your team a lot more
Mm-hmm.
frequently,
Yeah.
especially when death timers are a lot higher. You get it more frequent, so you don't have to wait um, 45 seconds. I think it's 45 seconds. Yeah, um, and plus it just allows you to use yourself
Mm-hmm.
because with the other one it's like when you use that, oh, it should end the fights, it should end most things, but with
Mm-hmm.
this you can use it on or off combat with of the timing of your choice.
Mm-hmm.
um and don't get me wrong, the cooldown reduction is good, but I think the better selling point is just the protection alone. It you don't The protection is just a fail safe, of course,
Mm-hmm.
because if the ship does get destroyed, you still get protected, but you are still stunned for point 0.5, but you're still protected.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and especially if you go, this allows you to be a lot more aggressive, I would say, with a
Mm-hmm.
lot, while allowing you to be a lot more forgiving, because theoretically you could just fly on top of an enemy boss,
Mm-hmm.
and if an enemy boss stuns you or the team f's you up, you get 3 seconds to do all that. But then again, you shouldn't be doing that to begin with. um, Otherwise you can fly to core without the worries of it damaging you with protection, I guess. But
Mm-hmm.
um, I think the value of the protection and the cooldown reduction, it has a lot more, I guess, value to it than that cooldown reduction from Stim would have given
I
you.
do agree. Mm-hmm. Want to hear my thoughts on it?
Um, yes, yes, yes.
I think Safe Zone is actually probably like top 3 talents for Morales. This is actually secretly OP.
Secretly OP. Why do you
Yeah.
say that?
So here's the thing. When I use Medivac, I never think about the Medivac cooldown, and one of two things happens. One, the Medivac is already off cooldown. I can use it for whatever I want. Or two, I think about Medivac, but I have 15 seconds or less on it before it cools down. The
Mhm.
15-second cooldown reduction you get out of this is exactly the amount you needed. And chopping it from 45 to 30 seconds is a big deal. It's a really big deal.
Mhm.
You can literally medevac twice. Actually, no. 45 seconds. So least common denominator is 90 seconds. That's 2 medevacs. Or you actually medevac 3 times with the cooldown reduction. It's a 50% increase in frequency, which is really big. Plus, the protection is a big part of why medevac engages can become a lot more viable with the ability.
Mhm.
Sometimes I pick Medivac into Sergeant Hammercop's because we want to land on the hammer and then hopefully take her out. It's a risky
Yeah.
proposition, greatly. But Safe Zone gives you an unfair start to the fight where you're protected for 3 seconds. And it matters a lot because each
It
ally
can, yeah.
gets. It's not a flat 3 seconds, but each ally will come out of the Medivac in sequence with a point. like a quarter second longer protection buff than the last person. So everybody gets an equal duration appropriately, which is really strong. 3 seconds is an eternity as well.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
also, like, I have done boss steals with this. I might not have dropped directly on the boss. This is not something I recommend, but like right outside
Mhm.
of like the would-be boss capture points, so you ideally don't get stunned on the way out. This is
Right.
such a good showstopper. I've stolen many bosses with safe zone because, hey, we know they're doing it, and then we just go show up. Just watch out,
Yeah.
not to feed your team to a meat grinder to AoE CC, because it doesn't matter if you're
Mhm.
protector or not, you're going to kill your team. But if the enemy team doesn't have that, only single target damage or whatever, protection is so OP. And then your team, everybody is together and they're at no risk of dying, and they can choose a target to kill all together, and they get exterminated immediately. And then you start the fight at a 5v4 advantage. They're on. Plus, you're stealing a boss, which is already a combat advantage to begin with. So it is very strong in that regard. Plus, it doesn't have to just be boss situations. It could be mercenary camps. It could be objectives. You could drop on the enemy
Yeah.
team gladly, and it works well.
Yeah. Same thing with reinforcements as well. The person coming out of reinforcements will get
True.
protected.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, it's a good point. You don't want to drop them on top of the boss
Mm-hmm.
because for starters, the entire team is there. But if the boss has a wind up stun,
Mm-hmm.
or there's like an Imperious Spear, sure you might not get damage, but you're getting CC still. Uh, and everything that does follow up, like a wombo combo, can still
Mm-hmm.
happen. It's just you sort of prolong the inevitable. But that protection still is a strong
Mm-hmm.
um, like buff effect for everyone that gets out. A little it calms their nerves a little bit, knowing where they're about to land doesn't matter because
Mm-hmm.
they're protected for 3 seconds.
Yeah. I think you went on a very long tangent on Medivacs about using it as a bunker. This is literally the best bunker
Yeah,
exiting effect. Plus, you get it
it is.
for yourself when the Medivac breaks.
Yes, because if it does break, you still have 3 minutes to book it
Yeah.
before they finish the job.
Yeah. And I really want to use it more like a bunker, but I keep failing on principle. And then I pick
Mhm.
up this talent and I don't get an opportunity to do it, so I don't get much practice with it. But I feel like you, of all people, should know like how important that protection buff is. Just, hey, everybody get
It
into the
is.
bunker.
Yeah, it's an added bonus on to my already current playstyle
Mm-hmm.
on using Medivac as a last resort bunker because I mean I don't really get to 20 often in terms of
Mm-hmm.
using safe zone for intended purposes of
Mm-hmm.
like oh there's a pyroblast coming, hey, get my ship, it'll give you protection afterwards. I mean, sure, it's a stretch. It'll still help without a doubt. It's because Blaze gets armor when you leave the his bunker.
Mm-hmm.
This you get protection when you leave the bunker, which is a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just an added nice bonus. But
Mm-hmm.
when you do use it as a get a jail free card, it allows you to live a little bit longer. Um, and just a lot more forgiving for your teammates in case they think they're about to die too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Safe Zone just dramatically opens up the map even further with Medivac, which is the third thing that happens. Because of the cooldown reduction, you have reinforcements, and then you do whatever, and then what do you know? You already got Medivac, and then everybody on the team can go wherever. Uh, Mr. Hooley, 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Had to do a quick cut. So to recap, Safe Zone. Three primary things you're using it for. One, it's initiation. Using the protection as you get out of the medevac is a very strong showstopper. Very good when interrupting objectives or bosses. Land somewhere in the pit, but don't land directly onto the boss. You'd be careful not to get stunned by the AoE slam they have. Two, acts as a very good bunker in a way. When you usually use medevac, in your case, Hooley, you like to use it as an escape option. Just in case the medevac goes down, you still have another 3 seconds of life still in you before you get taken down. And a lot of times if you go into the Medivac, people might accidentally magnetize to the Morales that's trying to get away, and then they break the ship. Well, that's actually your plan all along. You know, you just wasted 2 seconds of them destroying the ship, and then another three in which you are perfectly safe because of the protection, which is not half bad. And then lastly is the cooldown reduction, which is actually a really big deal for me. Uh, this means Medivac is always available for whatever it is you need it to, and you can freely use it for reinforcing, and then you'll have it ready to go to move the team out once you're done with the objective or whatever it is you're doing. I think that when you have safe zone, it makes the map much more safe to traverse because you can blindly land and you'd be relatively okay knowing that protection is gonna serve you a lot. Just watch out for Zarya ultimates or mosh pits or you're gonna get flamed hard. Any thoughts about that, Mr. Hooley?
Other than how safe zone, the protection of it has a lot of value. I think it also just adds the extra benefit of the size, or just Medivac in entirety alone. It's one of those units or entities in the game where if if a character like Varian or Kerrigan literally charges at you while you're airborne, they
Mm-hmm.
can fly across the map with you. And safe
Mm-hmm.
zone just in a way allows you to make sure that if they do chase you down while you're airborne, that
Mm-hmm.
you have another form of protection that
Very true.
sometimes people don't really think about, but it can happen.
That's actually a really good point. I think the same way with Illidan, and I totally forgot about how that experience is like because
Interaction, yeah.
when he's on top of you, there is nothing you can do, and then the safe zone medevac just makes the matchup much more bearable.
Yeah, besides the cooldown reduction, the protection just gets a lot more value than the cooldown itself, but both are
Oh yeah,
amazing.
it's definitely the more useful half of it. Like I like medevac a lot. If I'm getting a lot of value out of it, I'll pick it up because the passive component where you're getting cooldown reduction, it's gonna make a big deal. Like cutting it by 2/3 is a big
Mhm.
deal. And but obviously, if you're thinking about safe zone, you're thinking about for protection. That is its primary purpose, and it's very handy if you feel like you might need it to get like better initiation. Sometimes there's a very defense-oriented team, and they have like a very strong wall. Say you're playing into Probius or Gazlo or Zagara, having a hard initiation is actually kind of handy of a tool. And there's very few heroes that can do it as well as a medevac.
Yeah, as far as a level 20 safe zone would be uh, top as far as the contender between
Mm-hmm.
that and hospice care. Just because I see myself getting value of both,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes it's hard to choose the
Totally.
moment what will have more value at that time.
Speaking of hospice care, I think now is a good time that we transition. Any last words for Safe Zone?
As far as safe zone, um, no, it just allows me to fly a lot more often. It's like, I
Mm-hmm.
already love zipping around the map to begin with, so this lets me do it more frequent.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Um, Other than that, it just allows me to be more aggressive, do things I wouldn't be allowed
Mm-hmm.
to get away or to do to begin with, because I just have this extra safety measure.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You and me are both on the same page. This is definitely a best in tier in terms of fun.
Now, for hospice care,
Mm-hmm.
also
Oh,
a really good talent.
oh
Do you want me
yeah.
to take the lead on this one, or you want to
Sure.
take
Go
this?
ahead.
Yeah, with hospice care, even if you don't go W build and you don't see yourself getting the value of medevac alone, hospice care just has so much more versatility just because you're literally
Mm-hmm.
saving a person's life from dying. And
Mm-hmm.
there's so many instances where even if flying is already fun and I already have medevac on 10, there are often times where it's late games is already so lethal, and
Mm-hmm.
characters can
Exactly.
already have wombo combos and can kill you instantly like a Zeratul. Just one click of a shield just prevent all this work goes out of line, and then in that short burst of heal, that 8%, just an extra bonus to make sure nothing truly
Mm-hmm.
kills them like a poison or just anything lingering. Um,
Mm-hmm.
to give you a better chance of your teammates surviving after you apply a shield or more heal to them.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Hospice Care is a very unique effect. There's very few unkillable effects, especially on something as short of a cooldown as this. This is kind of crazy. Do you have any tips? Well, obviously, hospice care is very obvious in terms of like pyroblast or methyl last
Mhm.
rites or say a junkrat rocket ride. We all see these very telegraphed moments come through. Do you have any tips you can give to the audience on how you can give a good hospice care compared to messing it up accidentally?
So if you're using it in the thick of combat, you always think way up ahead of time in terms of what the character is capable of. So like if it is Zeratul, he
Hmm.
needs to do all of his combos. You it's mainly a work of timing, especially when you know he used everything and you know there's a chance he's got to blink back. So you always hold back a little bit to time it just that right moment. It's the same feeling or same method of vanadium in a way
Hmm.
where you apply armor at the right time where you know they're about to get stunned. Whether it's predictable or not, it's you just give it to them to make sure that that health doesn't get close to zero because
Hmm.
uh, if they have I would wait for as much health as gone first before I apply it
Hmm.
the hospice care so we can get the best value because it won't reach you have
Hmm.
one whole second for it to stay one before they
Yeah.
die.
Very good way of putting it. Uh, Good points linking it to vanadium plating. I forgot to mention that to make the most of that talent, vanadium plating, you have to hold back your safeguard just a little bit more, even more than usual, so that you can look out for the crucial CC that leads to a bunch of damage right thereafter. Like a Kel'Thuzon chain into a root is the prime example, or a Kel'Thas tornado, blah blah blah. Hospice care is that to the extreme measure. You're looking out for what a hero is capable of doing and trying to make sure you mess them up last possible second.
Yeah, and secondly, if you do go shield sequencer, you get two instances of it, so you have
Mm-hmm.
2 second gap where you have to time and prolong their death, which
Mm-hmm.
is a added bonus as well.
Totally. With Shield Sequencer, you also get another trick where you could use a safeguard normally, like let it absorb a lot of damage, upfront big armor effect. And then on the latter half of it, if they start taking too much damage, even past the armor, the hospice care comes in to prevent them from getting blown up. And then that 1 second time window can be enough for, say, like a Vala to dash out of the situation. And suddenly, that 1 second tension is relieved because they're no longer in focus fire if they successfully get away, which is sometimes all you need. And Morales struggles a lot in mitigating extreme focus fire. She's great into focus fire. This is her best job, but she wants it spread out rather than it all coming down at once. And hospice care prevents that from happening.
Yeah, most of that does apply to in combat, of course, but on the off chances where you're out of combat and things are a lot more calm, and you just need to heal someone, just throw a W on someone that's half health before
Yeah.
you attach a healing beam, so you
Mm-hmm.
can proc that instant heal,
Mm-hmm.
just so you can conserve energy or cooldown since mana is meaningless to her.
Exactly. At this as Morales, this is quite clearly, with the exception of Metadrone, which is in a way tethered with Healing Beam, Hospice Care really is your only other way of increasing your healing numbers, especially in a way that's detached from Healing Beam.
Yeah,
Lovely
it's just
talent.
very versatile.
Yeah, very versatile. Put on, it just makes a basic ability dramatically more useful. There's ways to reduce the cooldown of your safeguard, there's ways to give it charges, and because of that, Hospice Care tends to be the go to pick because even if you have safe zone, it's very difficult to get value out of it. You have to think ahead of time and then convince your team to do it. And they might be very anxious about going deep into the enemy team because they don't know you have protection yet. So hospice care is just something that makes you perform better in combat, out of combat. It's always in effect. You're not banking on a really big moment. It's just there, in the back of your pocket.
I got nothing else to say about it other than it's very strong if you should go full W build
Hmm.
um, or 16 and your 7, either physical or vanadium, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion. And then afterwards, it's hard to kill because with the extended range for 16, you have 2 instances of unkillables at distances that are already far to begin with.
Exactly.
Uh, but yeah, no, it's strong in that build, and it's still strong if you were to go your regular either Stim or Medivac build
Mm-hmm.
with whatever build, because it's if you don't want to pick one of your old upgrades for 20, then Hospice Care is the go-to over second
Absolutely.
opinion.
Good point mentioning that. Both of Morales' heroics perform perfectly fine, unupgraded. Their baseline versions are amazing. Don't need to upgrade them. Hospice Care is a great pickup to complement either build. No problem. And that's all I gotta say about it.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Moving on to second opinion. Hitting two or more heroes with displacement grenade reduces its cooldown to 2 seconds. I don't know about this one, Chief.
It's cool on paper, I guess, because
Yeah.
it's not reducing 2 seconds; it's setting it to 2 seconds, and
Yeah.
that means every 2 seconds, as long as you get 2 or more, you just keep
Mm,
resetting it. But at that point, it's like you don't clump up to spread living bomb. Why are you clumping up together
exactly.
to get 2 grenades together?
Yeah. In a lot of instances, a team fight is going to evolve in very organic and chaotic ways. Sometimes there's opportunities to tag multiple heroes. A lot of times there's not. And generally speaking, even if you do succeed with it, like the end impact is completely unnoticeable. Yeah, you're tossing out more grenades. Who really cares? Uh, it does give
Yeah.
you like, if for some reason your level 13s have been like super high value throughout the game, like if you feel like the 13 you pick up is really changing the game, say EMP grenade, system shock against lots of assassins, or bedside manner into say a cho'gall. Well, maybe not cho'gall because there's less bodies on the field, but if there's literally
Mm.
too much beef to go through, second opinion lets you activate your 13s more often, and that's the true value of it. The knockback is whatever from the grenade, especially at this stage of the game, and nobody's thinking about the damage either way. You're using it for a defensive purpose. But second opinion allows you to use it in an offensive way, and hey, you're getting some value out of it. But it's really stretching it in my opinion. I'm not a big fan of second opinion.
Yeah. Let alone, I'm not a big fan of E build in general to begin with,
Mm,
because if even if you did pick every E talent for 1, 4, 13, yes, your grenades are bigger and they can deal like damage over time, or you can do percent after auto,
mm,
and you're getting personal shield after it, and they're getting slowed.
mm,
That sure, she can be a force to be reckoned with when they're clumped up, but it's not really strong damage. It's more of a harassment tool, just constantly
mm.
annoying them, knocking them back. But
Yeah, but
that's
harassment
like,
doesn't matter at the end game if you ask me.
yeah, you're not there to harass with by booping them multiple times. You're there to support your team,
Mm,
and I don't know. Second opinion can already does so much anti synergy with your own
mm.
team.
I totally agree. Yeah, there is something to be said about the theoretical value out of it. Like if you pick up all the grenade talents, it does feel really good activating all of them, but if you're waiting for a level 20 power spike for a very mediocre ability, I think you should just be playing a different healer altogether, like, I don't know, Karazim.
Yes.
If you play Karazim and you go into like a Fists of Legend, for example, that is a very good game plan to go for when you're playing 20. And then, what do you know? Your power spike is substantially better. Whereas Morales gets this strange damage slash utility aspect, which and she has to sacrifice the rest for talent trees to make it work as well, which makes her a substantially weaker healer. It's it's too much, man. It's too much.
Yeah, too much booping, too much lobbing
Yeah.
grenades.
Now, if this weren't cooldown reduction, and this were instead, I don't know, like a grenade applies blind to enemy sits. Like in StarCraft 1, there is the flare from the medics. I think this would
Okay.
actually be a decent upgrade because, hey, blinds are strong in this game.
Yeah, Well, I mean, I don't know anything about the flares of StarCraft. I was thinking of, like, when you said flare, I was thinking of, like, Rexar.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. In StarCraft One, the medics had a way to apply blinds to enemy units, and
Oh.
yes, and you know, Morales is textbook StarCraft One slash StarCraft Two medic. So I feel like this is
Mhm.
one way to make the grenade a lot better because hey, they toss out this flare grenade that blinds them. I feel like she should have had this baseline kit, but instead she has a knockback, which is
Yeah.
kind of interesting. But yeah.
Yeah, that does sound like a good lore appropriate interaction. Because I
Hmm.
never played StarCraft One, but blind alone is pretty strong. It does allow you to prevent them from killing you,
Hmm.
putting more damage. Even though there is already system shock, I
Hmm.
think just having a blind can help a lot of strong autos just get negated for your
Hmm.
team as well.
I
But
would totally agree.
yeah,
Janitor,
yeah,
if
that's
you're
just
watching this, hear me.
put in the game.
Yes. Uh, but
Yeah, but
yeah, that's just my ramble thoughts, 2 cents, really.
yeah, it's a better suggestion and idea than what we have now for second opinion. I just
Hmm.
think it's not worth going for that level 20
Yeah.
because 20s are supposed to be strong. I don't
Hmm.
think second opinion is strong at all.
Exactly. It'll be decent as a 16, but 20 is it's a little bit too far fetched, especially with the options she has, where her alternatives do give her new play patterns, and if you like open doors, the second opinion it doesn't. It in reality is just justifying what's already a bad build into being okay.
Yeah, other than 20 or well her talents,
Hmm.
should there be anything else we should talk about?
Let's see. Let's talk about like use cases for 20s. Generally speaking, for Morales, you don't really need to commit to the upgraded versions of your ultimates. Unlike, say, Rhaegar, where he always wants to pick up the second Ancestral Heal. That's always something you should pick up. Morales can choose to
Mhm.
go into Hospice Care. This is our primary recommendation. If you don't feel like you're going to get any value from the other 20s, it is a perfectly fine and great upgrade. And sometimes it really does win you the game if you clutch a heal on a very vital target when they try to overcommit a dive. Safe Zone, if you need more initiation or map presence, I think it's a very good upgrade in that regard. In Hyperactivity, I'd say it's more of a niche pick, but if you feel like your stims are really valuable, you might as well go it because hey, having twice as many stims available, I would pick this if there
Mhm.
were like two or more good stim targets. I wouldn't pick it if there's only one stim target, so that just in case
Yeah.
carrier A gets picked off in a random skirmish, hey, you go into a new team fight, you've got carrier B that is more than happy to take the stim drone. That's something I would pick it on.
Yeah. Also not bad because even
Hmm.
hyperactivity is better than second opinion.
Yeah, so much better than second opinion. Yeah. But yeah, that is kind of like the your use cases for level 20. Any last questions about it? We're gonna go into talent builds.
No, I don't have any other opinions about her 20s other than
Perfect.
safe zone allow you to fly a lot more often. It's fun. I love flying.
Big time. I love it. Always pick Medivac, and you'll have our favor. Okay, so now that we have talked about all the talents, let's talk about a few talent builds that's recommended to pick certain talents with, what do you know?
Mhm.
Uh, Hooley, give me a build you do primarily.
So most of the time, I mainly go life support on one,
Mm-hmm.
followed by trauma trigger on four,
Mm-hmm.
Medidrone on seven,
Mm-hmm.
Medivac most of the time,
Mm-hmm.
and then bedside manner for 13.
Mm-hmm.
13, it's dealer's choice. I had a lot of good usage with bedside manners.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then for 16, I spend most of my time with first responder just
Mm-hmm.
because I get the extra healing value and
Mm-hmm.
the movement speed is a nice bonus. And then for 20, either safe zone or hospice care, depending on how what the map is and how lethal the team can be. Because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes with characters that can just kill your off your squishies really quickly, hospice care
Mm-hmm.
can really save that person's life.
Totally agree. If you got a team with more like close range, like mid range, close range bruisers or ranged assassins, Medivac safe zone is much more preferable than like delivering a Proteus in, for example. A Hospice Gear is much better at protecting your Proteus.
But yeah, that's my main build. I hardly deviate from it just because I've stuck to it. If it works, it works, and I have a
Mm-hmm.
lot of success from it. Um, on the off chance, the only thing I would replace would be level 10 Stim drone,
Mm-hmm.
and then level 20 either hyperactivity or safe zone, depending on the ult, of course. But
Mm-hmm.
both of them have their use cases, and I'm always a proponent of picking Medivac not only for the fun, but just
Mm-hmm.
to fan up the percentage of selection and win rate. Because I like to not only like to be a one trick, but I like to tip the scale of percentage statistically to so I can see that bigger number.
I love it. We are doing our part in making sure Medivac gets to the polls, so to say. Actually, I don't even know what
Yeah.
win rate they have now. I have to look that up.
Yeah, I kind of forgot too.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is Hooley's primary build. As you say, there's a few flex picks around 10 and 20, but the rest kind of stays the same. I'll give
Mhm.
you my build.
Well, I
My
will
build.
say for 7, I do swap Vanadium or Metadrone, but most
Mhm.
of the time I stick with Metadrone.
Yeah, I figure better to get more healing outputs. Though Metadrone is definitely a more useful talent. Like generally speaking, like if there's no threats, Metadrone is your go-to. It's definitely something that hinges entirely on the enemy composition. If there's something that demands vanadium plating, maybe you go into it. So you have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, well, share me your build.
For me, I feel like every talent is kind of viable for Morales, though I lean away from the grenade options a little more than the others. For
Yeah,
level one,
likewise.
uh, I have two styles of medic. One is like pure like heal medic. It's more like backline medic, something that I'm not very threatened and I just need more healing output. What I do is I do life support, cellular
Mhm.
reactor. Life support is better for energy management compared to Caduceus when there's no combat going on. And cellular reactor edges out a little bit of extra energy, which is handy, and you can use it from time to time to keep yourself alive in the thick of things if you accidentally get jumped on. But it's not like hard dive. Like it only happens once in the team fight, but not no more than that. If you anticipate more diving, that's when you'd go into trauma trigger. But for this purpose, let's say this is a safe medic, life support, cellular reactor, typically Metadrone, though vanadium plating, I will pick it up at the first instance of CC. It really hinges all on the fact of whether or not that stun or root is the initiator that leads to all the remaining damage. Because in a team composition with something like a Varian, they're going to want to have him charge in and then the combo follows afterwards. You can't stop that with vanadium plating because it's not a root or a stun, but regardless, the thought applies. There is some central CC that starts the combo and everything else follows. Vanadium plating is what you need to, because who cares if you give armor to somebody getting stunned by a black hole, right? At
Mhm.
that point, that's no longer the single target initiation CC. Your teammate is probably dead regardless. But on something like a Diablo, where he starts to charge in, and then the rest of his team starts to follow up, that stun-based armor is very vital because it's at the start of the fight when your teammate is still healthy. If that makes sense. But
Gotcha.
it's totally a flex tier between vanadium plating or Metadrone. If there are no stuns, no roots that match that criteria, you should totally go Metadrone because he gives you more healing. It is a very strong healing upgrade. Level 10 is Flex. This build tends to go a little bit more Stim drone because if you're not under much threat, you don't need to use Medivac as a defensive option. So having more throughput with Stim is generally speaking better, but I go Medivac regardless because I'm crazy, even on 2-lane maps. But that's just me. I know how to use Medivac, so I get value out of Medivac. Some people not as good. No problem. Just go Stim drone. You'll be fine. 13 is Dealer's Choice, exactly as Hooley describes it, I typically go System Shock because I do like reducing enemy team's damage. 16, I tend to go Shield Sequencer. It depends on how important the armor and safeguard charge is. If you're getting a lot of value from Venedium or Metadrone, this is totally the game to pick up Shield Sequencer. Though it mostly comes from the fact whether or not it's safe or not for me to step up. If it's not safe, I go Safeguard. If it is safe, I might go into First Responder, but I do that in terms of angling towards a movement speed boost. I don't pick it with Vala, I pick it instead with, say, a Arthas, a Garrosh. What other ranged assassins that have? I guess Sergeant Hammer is a great example as well. Heroes that don't have movement speed can do a lot with the movement speed you give them. So that is something that I'll look out for. Extended Care if it's AoE damage. And then level 20, I tend to pick up Hospice Care if I pick up Shield Sequencer at 16. Otherwise, it's one of the ult upgrades. That is my safe morales build. If you're underneath no threats and you need more throughput, more healing, more utility, more CC, so that you can match the presence of the enemy healer, this is what you do. I do have a second build. My second build relies upon it being a more battle-oriented morales where you're in the thick of things. Advantage of this is you're a very hardy target, whereas an Anduin, if he gets jumped, he's kind of dead. But Morales is not the same way. She can actually survive a lot of punishment. Typically, I go Caduceus feedback because if I'm in range of the enemy, I'm in range of using my right clicks. Sometimes I might need that to stand still. Definitely Trauma Trigger. This is a matchup that you definitely want that. I tend to go Medidrone because this gives me more healing for myself, and that might outstrip the necessity of me providing bigger armor for a combo chain. In this case, you're hedging your bets that you're going to be the one being engaged upon, and at that point, maybe Trauma Trigger activates, and you get the armor through that. Level 10 is usually Medivac for this type of build, so that in case they do dive in, there is a way for you to get out, so you can try to cast it. 13 is whatever, System Shock usually. 16 can be First Responder, but I typically go Shield Sequencer. Getting a second Medi-Drone on yourself is very, very valuable. Plus, this type of game is usually kind of dangerous for morale, so having the extra range makes it easier for you to apply Medi-Drone at wirelessly. That is very handy. And then 20 is almost always safe zone, but Hospice Care is definitely an option if it's burst-oriented like finishers. If you're fighting like Illidan, the Unkillable is very questionable, but if you're fighting a bursty assassin like Kerrigan, the Unkillable is very handy because everything comes down in one fast combo. If you prevent the kill, that's great. But Illidan just continues chasing after you if the Unkillable wears off, so it doesn't really matter too much against him, if you get my drift.
Yeah, I get it.
Totally. And with that, that are the talent builds. Anything extra to it? We kind of like covered all the bases, more or less.
Yeah, I do have a secondary build, but it's not that far off from what you had. It was just a primarily W build, where the only changing variation is, at least for me, for 7, I would rather go either physical therapy or vanadium, depending on their enemy's team composition. If they generally have a lot of groups, stuns, anything that looks scary and lethal, and going Shield Sequencer on 16, then Hospice on 20. And you're pretty much picking every W talent you got. I mean, you can also pick Cellular Reactor for 4, but I've always had good
good results.
Results with sorry, I was thinking of the word. The good results with Trauma Trigger.
Yes.
And that just alone allows you to save someone from, far away, even if you're not there to heal them.
I totally agree. And with that, I think talents should be done. Any last thoughts? We're about to move into synergies.
I don't have any other thoughts regarding her builds.
Very cool. So say we go into the hero roster. Is there a specific hero that you really like to pair with Morales?
With Morales, anything that can just be a tank or in the front line to be my own to be a shield for me. Plus anything range, because Morales does have issues with melee assassins or anyone that does dive or go forward in.
Hmm.
because that would result her to move forward in with her, which leaves her more vulnerable.
Hmm. Very true.
Because Morales just wants to stay in the back as much as she can. Um, and if she does get punished, then she have multiple ways to recover or let her team defend her. But besides that, as long as you're within range and arm's reach, like characters like uh, Blaze, Thrall, anyone generic front lines, followed by anyone ranged, Tychus, Hammer, and even she excels in a specific known composition known as the Juice Pirates, which is built
Ah, yes.
around mainly for transportation and sieging.
Hmm.
Um, so characters like Sylvanas, Tyrael works really well in those.
Yeah, I do agree with your points. Personally, I've swore a vow to never contribute to the Juice Pirates strategy, so I've never
Oh,
partook. I've never partook in any such shenanigans because I feel like it's dishonorable, puts a bad name onto Medivac. But it
oh,
is technically something that can be done with Morales. I will not encourage it in this video or from me, so a disclaimer from me. But yeah, in general, Morales does benefit from siegers. This could be Sergeant Hammer, this could be Nazebo, this could be Probius, any type of hero that, or a particularly favorable one is Asmodan as well. If your hero can provide lots of good siege into forts, like summons that can take up the shots, they're very effective because Morales can choose to medevac to a keep after a one fight, and you just take it for free. Sometimes it gets dodgy if your team doesn't have good damage, but if you have a specialist that's good at taking one down, it makes Morales' medevac much more deadly because at any point you can just choose to go to a fort and forcefully claim the reward for yourself, even if there's no minions around. And I do like Tyrael a lot, though he may not be my favorite tank for Morales. He does help a lot
yeah.
in ensuring that the team can get out of the medevac safely with a sanctification, or you siege, or you get caught out. Mostly tanks use CC to peel you out, but there's no way to save you. Tyrael can save you with the sanctification, and maybe that's the difference between you getting away or not. Uh, I do prefer slow movers, just like how you recommend ranged assassins. I prefer tanks and bruisers that prefer staying with the team in the front line rather than diving into the enemies. Arthas and Garrosh are probably my favorites. They're not going to stray too far from the team, but they linger around and they are basically unkillable meatballs. And so long as they're in the fronts, they can manipulate the enemy team from advancing further from them, and you can really take advantage of that. As for ranged
Yeah.
assassins, anyone that clicks, obvious stim drone synergy there, but more importantly, it's better for Morales' game plan because she lengthens the life of somebody a lot. You better have them dealing damage in the meantime. Because if you heal up a Leming, yeah, she's alive, but she's not doing damage reliably. Whereas Raider's always clicking, and there's always damage output coming out of it. Uh, one special synergy is Phoenix, because we discussed it during the rapid recharge segment, something to do with that. Phoenix is very good with Morales, because you're giving him continuous healing. Let's
Yeah.
see. What else, what else, what else? I think that kind of covers it, more or less.
Yeah, you brought up a good point with those tanks suggestions like Garrosh, where, well, generally any tank that can also provide a form of peel is always good for their healer,
Mm-hmm.
said to most healers. But um, with Tyrael, he can respond really fast, especially if he has a Q to come back to help.
Mm-hmm.
But with Garrosh, you can always peel, throw them away, or throw you. Um, and
Especially that.
Morales is one of those characters that because she's focused single healing, she is really good if you ever do play with a Cho'Gall on your team. Because
Mm-hmm.
most of the time you will see either Morales or Alex Raza, maybe even Ariel being the
Mm-hmm.
top contenders for a pocket healer for a Cho'Gall.
Yeah, I get great results with Cho as well. Good suggestion.
Um, Other than that, characters that may struggle with Morales in terms of it's just mobility, trying to keep up, like
Yeah.
Genji or Akira going in, and
Mm-hmm.
you have to make the call whether you go in and try to
Mm-hmm.
help them, but it might risk getting you killed, or you just let them make their own calls and try escape from themselves. Because more often than less, characters that dive do have their own escape plan and
Hmm.
their own methods of escaping.
Yeah. The only type of divers that might be okay for Morales to be paired with are right-click centric divers. This could be Tracer or Illidan, and you give them the Stim. And from that point on, they're
Right.
substantially stronger. You don't need to interact with them for the remainder duration because the Stim is all they really care about you for. Otherwise, stuff like a Nubarak or Valera or Mayav, it's very hard to synergize with Morales because she's not an aggressive hero, and those heroes benefit a lot if there's somebody else up there with them.
What else is there to
Mhm.
consider here?
Actually, there is one exception. I do like Butcher a lot with Morales. He's
Oh,
relatively
yeah.
he's relatively decent at peeling, which is kind of a strange aspect for a melee assassin. And the stun he
Mhm.
provides is very telegraphed, so it's easy to synergize with a grenade. And you keep him alive, you give him stims, you give him medevacs to rotate around the map for beat or ganking opportunities. He's probably the best melee assassin for her, which is a rare thing to say of a butcher, but here we are.
Mhm. Yeah,
And mm,
his charges can be a telegraph, and especially if he does get ahead of your range, you can throw a W, and
hmm
he goes in with a charge with a W.
yeah, totally. I would also give another word for like reliable mages, like mages that don't require CC to function. This is like Gul'dan. This could be Orphea. I like those type of heroes. Mephisto is also pretty alright. These magic-based heroes don't need any setup from your tank or the healer, whereas somebody like Kel'Thuzad or Leming, they really rely upon the tank providing initiation power, and then usually the healer is what cements the enemy in place, like with a Malfurion root or an Anduin root. Morales is going to shove somebody out of range, and then what do you know? They're going to miss their combo. But these heroes don't care. They can shove out their abilities broadly speaking. They still hit them, even if you might shove them away. And yeah, they give sustained damage in the form of magic rather than being a burst combo magic damage type, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
And yeah, that is, I think, our primary synergies with Morales. Yeah, I got no more to say about that.
Yeah, yeah. She's just one of those other healers. I think the only other healer I can think of that has unkillable is Lucio, but um,
Yeah, I think it's only Lucio. I think it's Lucio, Zul'jin, and Morales. I think those are the only heroes with unkillable. Wait, it's Stitches as well with the hook, but yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Mm. Aside from
Uh,
that, I think I think that's all there is to cover with Morales, and I think this has finally come to an end. Man, Mr. Hooley,
yeah,
it's
that
been
was a
a tremendous pleasure having you on for this broadcast, and I really appreciate you spending time out of your day with me for this grandiose video.
likewise. It's been an honor to be here.
Hell yeah. Well, guys, that is all we have to say about Morales. Hope these tricks make her more interesting to you, and maybe something can click, and then you might see the same type of love we have for Morales. And yeah, I hope it works out great. Alrighty, guys, peace out, bye, and that's all from us.